Excellent. I would like to bring this meeting to order. And let's see.
Would you like me to go over the TV coverage announcement and do the roll call, Chair?
That would be lovely. Thank you, Mr. Villalobos.
Great, thank you, and good morning to everybody. Montecito Planning Commission hearings are televised live. I'm sorry, we skipped the, I am going too fast too. We skipped the pledge.
Pledge. Let's show our allegiance. Yeah. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So now, Mr. Villalobos, would you mind announcing how TV coverage works around here?
Happy to do so, thank you. Montecito Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County of Santa Barbara Television, CSB TV, Channel 20 at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, San Ynez Valley, San Maria, and Orca areas. Rebroadcast of Montecito Planning Commission hearings are on Friday at 5 p.m. on CSB TV Channel 20. Today's hearing will also be streamed live on the county's website and will be available for download in a day or two. Moving on to the roll call, Commissioner Police, Commissioner Senauer,
Here.
Commissioner Stahl,
Here.
Commissioner Kupiec, and Chair Miller.
Here.
Thank you.
So, we'd like to get an agenda status report.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair, members of the Commission. In regards to the status of the agenda, we have 2 items on the standard agenda. However, we did receive a request to continue the item number 2. I'd recommend that the Commission takes that item first and we can address the continuance and then move on to the other item on the agenda. But we can do that once we get to that item on the agenda.
Great. Can we move on to the projection report? Oh, am I jumping ahead?
Nope, you're perfect.
So, the projection report.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, looking at the projection report, our next scheduled hearing would be on April 17th. We have 2 items tentatively or agendized for that. A very compelling reattached LLC fence. And then we did have the item that I just mentioned earlier, tentatively scheduled for April 17th, which is a Raging Tide Exchange LLC, residential additions. And then moving down into the year, our next hearing after that will be May 15th, and we have an appeal on that day. And then moving into June, one item of note is on our June hearing. That day is actually a county holiday. We don't have any items projected at this time, so I'd recommend that we may potentially cancel that hearing. And that concludes the projection report, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Should we make the motion on the, is that regular business to cancel June, or is that, can we do that now?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, you may do that right now. We just need a motion, a second, and a vote if we want to cancel June.
I would entertain a motion to declare summer break for the Montecito Planning Commission.
I'll make a motion to cancel the June meeting. We can.
Sorry. One more time.
Oh, I'll make a motion to cancel the June MPC meeting. Second.
Excellent. Mr. Villalobos, do we do a roll call vote, or?
You can do voice vote or you can do roll call, whichever you prefer.
Yeah, let's do a roll call.
Okay, Commissioner Police,
Aye.
Commissioner Senauer,
Aye.
Commissioner Stahl,
Aye.
Commissioner Kupiec, and Chair Miller.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
So if I understand this correctly, we are now to public comment. And I have a speaker slip for this that is Mr. John Watson. His says number 7.
My name is John Watson. I am a member of the Montecito Board of Architectural Review. I am not speaking as a representative of that, but I am speaking with knowledge of that issue. And I want to point out the fact that starting in about a month, when the next appointee to replace Claire comes on the board, we will now have 3 members living in the community and 4 members living outside the community. The intent of the Montecito Planning Commission and the Montecito Board of Architectural Review is to have local people do the review, and we are now moving out of that, and I see no reason on earth to believe, because of the affordability of houses in Montecito, this will ever change. It's going to become less and less members. I believe that, I know, because I was there when it happened, that a number of what I personally consider to be planning issues got put into the guidelines and are at the discretion of members that will soon, a majority of which will live outside the community and probably don't have the values of the people that live in the community, but are clearly zoning issues, are now in the guidelines. I'd like to point those out. I'd like to suggest that those can be put into the ordinance. I think that it can be a fairly simple thing, although I'm not sure anything in zoning is ever simple, but I'd like to point that out if I may. So those issues are floor area ratio, setbacks, height, lighting, perimeter landscaping, and shining roof. Next, please. This, can you zoom out a little? So this is the FAR calculator. It's been used in one form or another for about 30 years. When it went into effect, there was no floor area calculation done anywhere that, to the best of my knowledge, in the county of Santa Barbara. The Board of Supervisors, and in particular Naomi, was scared to be able to put it in the ordinance and said, would you put it in the guidelines? And we said, better there than nowhere. But since that time, the city of Santa Barbara and Summerlin both have their floor area calculations in ordinances. Directly to the west of us, directly to the east of us. There's no reason on earth taking this exact form and moving it into the ordinance should be any problem. What is missing is an FAR study, the specification for that. It goes all over the place, and it makes a lot of difference in terms of what people can and cannot have. I believe we need to develop this specification. This is from the city. I think it's very simple. There may be some controversy, but once that's precisely defined, then every property owner will know precisely what they can have. They will come, they will meet that spec, and we will just move on. We now spend a lot of our time on zoning issues where I don't think we need to. Next, please. Next page. When you take a look at the zoning, this black line is what the FAR calculator actually does. But in fact, there's a garage that adds on to that. There's detached accessory buildings. And then because of the state, there's ADUs. So that's how much can get built per acre down here. But to me, the more important issue is, this is what lot coverage is. And when you talk about semi-residential, you know, it's really down in this zone down here. So somewhere around an acre or so, it starts becoming semi-residential. This gets extremely dense up there. In fact, Carpinteria has a limit of 40% building coverage to lot, which we far exceed at the low sides. And I'd like to point that out to everybody because personally, I'm concerned about that. So that information is on this sheet. Next, please. I'm trying to keep this as brief as possible. When we designed the FAR, there were 2 of us that actually did it. Bob McGreblian, who was literally a rocket scientist from Caltech that was living in town, and myself. And when we came, this is what we were thinking about right here with the FAR table right down here. Buildings were always off the side yard property lines, and the visuals were protected pretty much because people were in the middle. Next slide, please. But in point of fact, because of certain things, which I'll explain here in a second, you can have a one story building of 4,300 square feet on an acre, but it can be 35 feet high. Because there's no specification for height within the FAR calculation. And I think that that needs to be added, okay? This is what we were thinking, even in this odd configuration, but you can get this. And I think that that's wrong. Next, please. There are strategies that allow this to be altered. In fact, it's called a bulk plane setback. It's used for some reason mostly in Colorado. I don't know why it isn't. It is extremely variable. It actually has 4 levels of freedom, where it starts in relationship to the property line, how high it goes vertically, at what angle it goes at, and where it tops out. And if that is not going to be a simple discussion, that's not an immediate discussion, but if it were introduced, it would tend to force buildings off the property lines and therefore have that sense of openness which we had hoped for. So it is a technique that I think we can use. Next, please, if we wish. FAR for smaller properties. In fact, this is what we can have. Primary residence, 2 stories high, 800 square foot garage, required second open parking space, which means you have a 45-foot gap in the street. And you have these garages and big, huge driveways. That's what we've got now, an ADU and an accessory building.
Mr. Watson, I have done you a discourtesy. I owed it to you to give the standard speaker allotment time at the beginning, and so I would ask that if we could wrap this up in about the next 3 minutes.
I can do that. I think that we should adjust that to make it smaller. Next slide, please. Lighting is becoming an increasing problem in Montecito. In fact, much of our ordinance is based on a thing called the dark sky society, but it's not completely implemented. In fact, other community plans, many other community plans have far more restrictions than ours do. All we have to do is to incorporate those into our community plan as well. Next, please. We have to make sure that people looking down on properties are also protected. These are pictures from last night. This is not semi-residential, semi-rural to me. This is urban. Next, please. This is an example of a community that uses it, and you can read about what their regulations are. Next, please. If there's one thing that makes Montecito Montecito, it's the hedges. Next, please. But in point of fact, we have no regulations for the entire community. There are regulations for landscaping at the street in other portions, but they're not already in the ordinance. They're not extended to Montecito. Next, please. And last, this is such a no-brainer. The roofing materials, I know you have one, a matte finish versus a glossy finish. I know this is a big issue, but it is going to become more and more important as time goes on, given the makeup of what our board will be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. I appreciate your time. I do not see any other public comments. Are there any public comments online, Mr. Villalobos?
Mr. Chair, we have no additional speakers.
Excellent. Well, with that, we would like to turn to Director Plowman and the Planning Commissioner's report.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. I have a few things to report on today. Wanted to let the commission know that the housing bill ordinance amendment package that was presented to the commission and the County Planning Commission was approved by the Board of Supervisors. The board has taken a couple other actions, and that includes an appeal of a wireless facility in Isla Vista, and they denied that appeal. There was a development agreement for a affordable housing project in Orcutt that they approved on March 12th. And then yesterday we had a workshop in this hearing room with the Board of Supervisors on some of the properties that are proposed to be rezoned as part of the housing element update. And the concept behind that workshop was that when the board had to identify the criteria that they're going to be considering for rezones, they wanted the development community to have an opportunity to come and present their concepts to the board and explain how those projects met that criteria. So that was a long meeting yesterday, a long workshop, but I thought it was quite successful. The developers had tables out in the lobby out here with boards so that the public could come, see the presentation. Then we spent about 30 minutes for people to be talking to the development teams individually and asking questions. And then we took some questions from the board and public comment. We're going to be moving forward actually next week on starting the housing element rezone hearings. We have 2 scheduled, we're hoping to be done in 2. And that's a hearing in Santa Maria on the 27th of March. And then we have another hearing, a special hearing on Monday, April 1st. We hope to wrap that up and move the recommendation onto the board. Our board dates are a little bit in flux, but we expect we will have those board hearings complete in April. And then that process will be wrapped up. And then we will start in earnest on implementation of the housing element because there are about 99 actions that planning and development is responsible for. So among other departments have responsibilities of carrying out following actions. So, and then I'll take questions on that now, and then I'll talk to you about what future items are for the board.
As far as these dates, the 27th and the 1st, are these both in Santa Maria or is one here?
I'm sorry, yes, Commissioner Ptilice, the April 1st one is here. So we will be discussing, we'll present the whole staff report on the 27th.
Up
And then they will, up in Santa Maria. So if you're interested in listening to that, please tune in. And then they will just make a recommendation on the North County sites on the 27th. And then on April 1st, we will be focusing on the South County sites.
Okay. Thank you.
On the south, I picked up some of the presentations yesterday, which was
Can you move your mic?
great.
Oh, just move a little
Oh,
closer to it.
Okay.
Yeah, thank
Is this
you.
better?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And South County, it was divided between South County and North County, correct? How many in South County for rezoning
That we're looking
was
at?
presented?
8.
8.
Yeah. So, Commissioner Sanauer, we invited the landowners that actually had concepts that they had been preparing and meeting with the board on and meeting with the department on. There are other sites that are proposed for rezone where the landowners hadn't prepared any concepts, so they didn't come, just the people that had the concepts. And there were, it was a wide range. Some people had really fully developed concepts, and other people had more rudimentary concepts because they wanted to wait to see if the board would rezone them before they invested any more money in that. And then in the North County, we had 5 sites.
So with the 8 sites, 13 total, gave presentations,
They did.
but there are more who,
That's
is that correct?
that's
And
correct.
what is the total?
That's correct. I believe there are 18, and I should know this off the top of my head, but I believe there are 18 in the South County that are being considered and 18 in the North County that are being considered. I should note that Mark Lloyd spoke in public comment for Ty Warner about the Biltmore. They had originally submitted a project concept for their parking area at the Biltmore, and they have decided they don't want to eliminate that parking area, but they own a parcel directly adjacent to that, and they are going to pursue a workforce housing project on that property.
Workforce meaning employee?
The employee, yeah. Correct.
That term is,
Yeah,
right,
loosely
It's sort of-
loosely used.
right.
Yeah. I don't know for sure. Potentially, it might be. It might be. But it's on Butterfly. It's on Hill. Oh, Hill Road, that's right. Hill Road.
And any, one follow-up, any any interest other than, that doesn't have to be rezoned, is that correct?
It does.
It does. Okay, because it's residential, not commercial,
That's correct.
serving coastal.
That's correct. It does have to be rezoned. And we really can't rezone it as part of the housing element because they made that decision too late, and we didn't consider it, but we're looking at that. We're looking at that, whether or not that's an option.
Whereas the Miramar is different. It is zoned.
Yeah.
Okay, there's no rezoning of that.
Correct,
There are elements that will come before us.
correct.
Okay, thank you.
Will the, oh, I'm sorry, Director Stahl.
Oh, no. I asked my
Will the rezoning process come here, or is this viewed as a countywide? And so, although it's rezoning within the Montecito plan, within our jurisdiction, because it's part of a countywide plan, it'll be like the equivalent of the highway.
That's correct, Mr. Chair. That's correct.
Any further questions?
I have one more question. Does Caltrans have input in the transportation element of the housing element, so to speak?
I mean, they're an agency that can comment as part of the programmatic EIR. I don't know if they submitted a letter. I'd have to look. But they can certainly provide comment. And that public comment period closed, and we're finalizing the document now. But nothing was raised to me of any concern if from Caltrans.
Okay, and
But
then,
that doesn't mean they didn't submit a letter. I just don't know.
okay. And then where the county has jurisdiction over the rezoning, and say the city of Goleta has jurisdiction over the infrastructure around it, how does that work? Do they give you input, and are they have their own little viewpoint that has to be honored, or how's that work?
So, Commissioner Pliche, through the chair, you know, it's jurisdictional lines are sort of this boundary that is only for political purposes, right? I mean, the people in eastern Goleta Valley and the people within the city of Goleta all feel like they live in Goleta, the Goleta area, right? And so the traffic from the projects that are in the city of Goleta and the traffic from projects that are in the unincorporated area all mix. So we try and work with other agencies. They should be working with us for the impacts that will be happening on county roads, and we work with them. We do the same thing with Carpinteria, and we do the same thing with the city of Santa Barbara. But the city of Goleta did submit a letter on the programmatic EIR, and so we will, I'm sure, have conversations with them. But it's a mutual thing, right? Their projects impact the county, and the county's project impact the city.
Yes, I was just thinking that if you, as the county, add a lot of housing to an area that has minimal agricultural infrastructure, and that infrastructure is in a community that is not impacted necessarily by the growth of the taxation per se, there's no income stream for them to build infrastructure. How does that work? How do they get relief?
That's a more complicated question, and I don't think I can give you that answer in the middle
Okay.
of this hearing, but we could certainly talk about that offline.
Sure, thank you.
One follow-up question, Chair. I caught a bit of Glen Annie, and there was a reference by the planner or someone about LOS, level of service. I thought that was not a consideration anymore. I thought it was vehicle miles traveled. So is that part of the criteria still, LOS?
So, Commissioner Sanara, through the chair, you're correct with respect to environmental review. Level of service used to be the standard that you would measure projects against and determine whether they had a traffic impact. Well, the state did away with that because they didn't think that was actually an environmental impact. It was the vehicle miles traveled associated with a project that created impacts. So that change did happen. But there are policies still in county documents that refer to level of service. So there is still a standard there that can be referred to when analyzing whether a project is consistent with county policy.
So LOS is within the Montecito community plan still,
Correct.
but that was not used, correct? Regarding roundabouts, et cetera, et cetera.
Not for environmental impact.
Right. Okay.
Yep.
All right.
And so unless there are any other questions, I'll just let you know what the board's next upcoming action items are for the department. So we have the long-range work program that is going on April 2nd. And we have the return of the child care ordinance amendment package from the Coastal Commission, who recommended changes. And so we've got to go back to the board and see if the board will accept those changes. And then we are going to be talking with the board on the 23rd of April with the CEO's office. It's a CEO item, but it's going to be about cannabis odor and ways to mitigate that. And then, as I mentioned, we will be having the rezone hearings in April, and then the Music Academy appeal is currently scheduled for May 7th. And that's all I have.
Question, please. Could you go into a bit on the ag enterprise ordinance that PC saw? Where that was a long meeting. Where does it go from there?
Yeah. Yes, Commissioner Senator through the chair. So, yes, it's been a long process through the Planning Commission. I think we've had 5 hearings now. We did get some direction from the commission at the last meeting, and that is going to go back to the commission, I believe, in May. County Planning Commission. And essentially the purpose of the Ag Enterprise Ordinance is to identify other types of uses that can be allowed on agricultural land to help supplement the income of ranchers and farmers, because it's challenging to make those businesses work financially. So they include a variety of things like some small processing or farm stay or educational tours or events, small events, that type of thing. So yeah, if you're interested in it, please, we have the whole packages on our website. You can more than welcome to take a look at it. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Director. Okay. The minutes of the February meeting for our consideration. Do any directors have comments on the minutes?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
On the minutes of item number 1, where it appears to be pretty left blank, I think I'm not happy with this being a kind of benign response. As far as the Public Works presentation, we did, have quite conversation. I mean, I would prefer that there would be something in the minutes to the effect that, one, as I've just been noting things down, Public Works did not appear with the material and information requested by the commission or Commissioner Kupiec. Commissioner Kupiec proposed to continue their presentation until such a time as they were prepared to share their findings about the new LiDAR mapping prepared by the Army Corps of Engineers. The presentation moved forward, but I think that I'm not happy to leave this blank. There was quite a lot of discussion about this, and this commission, after receiving its last email response from County Public Works, is more than unhappy.
So I would, this is my first time addressing amendments to the minutes. Mr. Pettit, could you perhaps give guidance about, is there an appropriate way for amendments? Is it a voted in, or is it sent back to staff for further review? What is if there are concerns about what the minutes say, what is the appropriate action other than approving?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I might refer this to Secretary Wilson for more details on how to amend the minutes. It's certainly within the Commission's discretion to amend the minutes. I believe if Mr. Villalobos feels comfortable just amending them based on direction from a majority of the Commission on how to amend those minutes, you could just do it by a voice amendment, or if he feels like he would like to come back and work something up and present amended minutes, you can continue, do this at a later hearing, but it's certainly within the commission's discretion to have the minutes reflect what you want them to.
Well, I guess this shows not great instincts by me to go to the attorney first when I should have taken the less aggressive technique. Mr. Wilson, Mr. Villalobos, how would you like to see a process like this proceed?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, it's appropriate to review the minutes and refer them back to staff for further adjustments, revisions. That's totally appropriate. One word of comment or caution is that the minutes have to reflect what was actually said at the hearing. So Mr. Villalobos can do a brief summary and then bring it back at the next hearing for the commission to review and comment on. But typical practice is we don't do a long dialogue on the minutes because it's taped and you can access it online. But we can have the minutes just refer it back to us. I don't think there needs to be an action for that. You can just refer it back to staff.
Yeah, I'm sure that a synopsis of what was said prepared by David would be just fine.
Excellent. So in that regard, if that's the referral, I think we are not voting on the minutes today, and we'll review them at the next meeting. Does that require a vote, or is that just a feeling?
So your continuance is welcome, but I'll put it on either way. I mean, it's not, doesn't require more noticing than standard Brown Act noticing. So I think just to be formal, we can just continue into the next meeting and I'll draft up something.
Yes, I would just suggest that the synopsis reflect the gravity of the conversation that was had.
And so staff can just, I can reach out to Commissioner Kupiak in between, and then we can just present what we've come up with to the board for consideration at your next meeting.
Great, thank you.
Can I ask for one clarification? The communication that was directed to you and then shared with the rest of the commissioners, is that public record?
Yes, so it's public record once we share it with the majority of the commission.
So is it online? Where does it appear, that letter?
So I haven't posted it online. I will do that.
Okay, appreciate, thank you.
Okay, so I think we now move on to our standard agenda. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, that's correct. And just a reminder, we were going to take item
Yes.
number 2
we
first.
We are going to do a countdown rather than, yes.
Yes.
It's like a, okay. So with that, we will take item number 2, the Raging Tides LLC. Do I have a motion to continue that?
I so move to
Mr.
continue.
Chair and Commissioners, I'm sorry.
Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry.
We are super efficient. This is a great predicate for the rest of our hearing. However, staff is here to just give you a brief update on the continuance, the reason for it, and we take public comment, and then we could do a motion. So just
You're going to
refer
take public
staff.
comment on the continuance?
So I'd recommend referring to staff. They can give you a brief update, then do public comment, and then we'll take a motion. Sorry.
Absolutely. Well, so we'd like to refer to staff as to why we should not hear this matter today.
So just to be even more formal, I'll read the item into the record before
Okay.
staff.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm sorry.
We're just being very formal into that.
Yes.
All right. The following is a hearing on the request of Raging Tide Exchange LLC to consider case number 23 CDH and to determine the project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15301 and 15303.
Okay, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, good morning. You will have received a memo regarding this project. Staff is recommending a continuance to the April 17th hearing while the applicants continue to work with the Montecito Sanitary District to obtain their clearance.
Excellent. Before we go to board discussion about this, we would like to open the floor to public comment about the desire for a sanitary permit? Okay,
We have received no requests to speak.
excellent. So I'll open it up to board discussion, and if there, say, isn't any board discussion, I would entertain a motion to continue it.
I so move to continue.
Yeah, if you,
I move to continue the project.
Second?
well, I think this is a voice vote kind of thing. Let's, all in favor of continuing the project.
So just, Mr. Chair,
Oh.
just before you
sorry.
vote, so
Right.
just, I just wanted, just for the, so that the record is clear, just want to confirm the date that we're continuing it to, which is your next meeting on April 17th.
That makes, okay, well, let's have that within the context of the motion. Is that okay.
And so no renoticing is required, is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, so call for a voice vote on this one. All in favor of the continuance? Aye. Great. I would, let's continue our countdown to item number 1.
The right.
The Babbitt et al. Appeal of the Skybird exterior alterations. So,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of Babbitt et al. Appellants to consider the following 2 appeals. Case number 23 APL 31, an appeal of the Planning and Development Director's decision to approve land use permit case number 21 LUP 292, and case number 23 APL 33, an appeal of the Montecito Board of Architectural Reviews preliminary design review approval of case number 22 BAR 187.
excellent. So next for this is I'm going to go through commissioners on any ex parte communications that have happened. In this context, it's only since the last meeting, correct? Okay. So,
I have nothing to report.
okay. Commissioner Stahl, do you have any ex parte communications or for the site visits? Okay. Commissioner Senhauer?
Yes, I spoke,
Continue, Commissioner Senhauer, and then we'll revisit Commissioner Stahl.
I spoke with the appellant team, Mr. Cole, a few days ago. Thank you.
Commissioner Pleacher. I'm sorry.
Yes, I spoke to also Joe Cole as well as the subscriber, Seibert. She's sorry about that. And I've spoken to the staff as well as our deputy director as well. Thank you.
I had conversations with staff also. You know, is staff conversations ex parte? Okay, I didn't think, yeah. Okay, no, Commissioner Stahl.
I also spoke with Mr. Cole about this and various other.
Excellent. So with that, I think we go to the staff presentation. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, Chair, members of the Commission. I'm Katie Nall, and I'll be presenting the Babbitt et al. Appeals of the Seibert Exterior Alterations Project. This item includes separate appeals of both the land use permit and the Montecito Board of Architectural Review's preliminary approval. Today, the Commission is the decision maker for both the land use permit as well as the project's design review. The project was previously presented at the February 21st, 2024 MPC hearing, in which your Commission directed staff to obtain comments from the Historic Landmarks Advisory Committee focusing on the roof material. A memo describing the HLAC's comments was provided to your Commission directly by the HLAC Chair. Secretary Wilson, can we go to the next slide?
Can we do it through this?
Great. It's not working. Is it on?
I have no idea.
Great. Thank you. Okay, so as a quick reminder, the project site is located at 539 Periwinkle Lane in Montecito. As discussed at the February meeting, this slide shows the conditions of the residence prior to the recent alterations. And these are photos of the site as it looks today with the metal roof. In August 2023, planning approved a land use permit to abate the zoning violation for unpermitted exterior alterations, including raising the northeastern portion of the roof by 3.5 inches, raising a portion of the eastern roof by 1 foot 5 inches, and installing new doors, windows, and siding. The existing carport and utility room also include as-built exterior paint and material changes. The approval coincided with MBAR's preliminary approval. And at the February 21st MPC meeting, the proposal included replacing the existing metal seam roof with asphalt shingles. However, now the applicant proposes to keep the existing metal roof on the residence and the carport. As directed by the MPC, HLAC reviewed the project on March 11th, 2024, and stated the following. The existing metal roof is not appropriate for the Moody Cottage design. They do not support the existing color scheme of black roofing and white siding. They agree that certain alterations for the purposes of fire safety, weatherproofing, and lifestyle are necessary, but those modifications must be consistent with the standards of rehabilitation. Also, they support adding a new single door with a modest roofline increase on the east elevation, but not the proposed double doors with the as-built roofline. Today, the Commission is considering the appeals of both the MBAR's preliminary approval of the project as well as the Director's approval of the land use permit. Your Commission's motion should include the following. Deny the land use permit appeal, case number 23 APL 31, thereby affirming the Director's decision to approve case number 21 LUP 292. Deny the BAR appeal, case number 23 APL 33, thereby affirming the Montecito Board of Architectural Review's decision to grant preliminary approval of case number 22 BAR 187. Make the required findings for approval as specified in attachment A of the staff report dated January 17th, 2024, including the design review and CEQA findings. Determine the project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to state CEQA guideline section 15301A, and grant de novo approval of case numbers 22 BAR 187 and 21 LUP 292, subject to the conditions of approval included in attachment B of the staff memorandum dated January 17th, 2024. And I am noticing that this slide shows the staff memorandum dated February 21st, but that should read January 17th. And with that, I'll conclude my presentation and will be available for comments or questions.
Director Stahl?
I have a question. In light of the HLAC report, can you walk me through the thinking by staff and planning as to why they would have us approve this? I mean, deny the appeal? I mean, what is your thinking that leads you to that?
Commissioner Stahl, through the chair. The project as proposed today complies with the Montecito Land Use Development Code and all planning codes. Therefore, staff's recommendation is to approve it. The site itself is not a designated landmark, and so HLAC is more of an advisory body.
But there is an overriding, I don't know exactly, it's a regulation or a law or what it is, about anything over 50 years being considered historic in terms of planning issues. So, I mean, we all acknowledge that there was a mistake made in the roof being given a permit to begin with, right, without a review of the historic elements. So, taking all that into account, I still don't understand how you arrived at this conclusion.
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Stahl, the project that was reviewed by the HLAC earlier this month is the exact same project that the HLAC reviewed 3 years ago. And they provided essentially the same comments that they did 3 years ago. And staff recommended approval of that project. So receiving the same comments on the same project from the HLAC doesn't change our position in recommending approval of the project.
But I guess I'm not understanding if we look at everything in Montecito over 50 years old as having potential historic value, and then we have something, whether it's designated, I mean, there's reasons people don't designate things as historic because it puts such strict limitations on everything they do. But we have an area that people knowledgeable about Montecito are aware has historic value for the community. And I guess I'm not understanding why the staff's position is supporting something that sort of flies in the face of all that.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Stahl, so you're correct. The 50-year threshold does guide us to have a historic report done for the property, and that was done in this case by Post Hazeltine.
But
And
not before they issued the permit.
correct, but we can't go back in time.
Well, but yes, we kind of can.
Commissioner Stahl, can I, Aaron, if you don't mind? 50 years ago is 1974, okay? So I'm sorry, we have to keep in mind that potentially historic, not everything is historic in Montecito.
I understand that.
The department, we get your point, but there's only so many times we can apologize. The department gave a permit, and we have to honor that permit. It was
Why?
approved. Because it was approved and they took action on it and they effectuated the permit.
But if it was given erroneously,
I don't know if I would say that exactly it was given erroneously.
well, was there a review of
There
something?
was
that
not a
over-
review done, but it was a re-roof permit that came in through the building department and it was issued. And, you know, we've tried to rectify it as best that we can. This is a situation that we're in. We understand the frustration. I feel like there's not much more we can say about this that's going to satisfy you. We're not against HLAC. We sent it back. We understood their comments, but this was a legally permitted re-roof by the department. And you guys have the discretion if you.
Can I say something?
Well, first, I appreciate your answer. Sandy, I'm sorry, Director Stahl, excuse me. Do you have further questions at this point? I mean, there will be a kind of a deliberation period too, but I want you to feel like you've had full chance to ask informational questions from staff at this point.
No, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Director Pleacher.
Yes, Aaron, or Travis, do you guys ever consider some kind of mediation between what was a 7-0 vote by HLAC and you guys saying everything that they want, they get? It seems like there should be a way of mediating this thing so that it's, you know, as in a divorce, you know, if both parties are unhappy, it's usually successful. So I'm just curious on if there's any way that you guys can say, well, we can do this part ways or something.
Commissioner Police and Commission, boy, have we tried. We have gone back and forth with parties on this for months and months and months. There was, I think, before your last commission, the applicants offered to change the roof. They did, so that was on the table at some point. To just be completely fair, I mean, we have really tried
I understand.
to get this in the right direction, but we can't control what an applicant ultimately proposes.
But we have the opportunity to separate the baby, so to speak.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, on that, just to add to what Deputy Director Seawards, I promoted him briefly.
Congratulations.
What the commission is considering is what is being proposed by the applicant. The opportunity that may arise is if the applicant voluntarily chooses to amend their project description, then the commission can act on that. the commission can't approve a project that's inconsistent with what they're proposing. We can add conditions to make findings of consistency, but we can't approve a project that they're not proposing. So the applicant, this is their project, they're proposing a project. The purview of the commission is to evaluate that proposal for consistency with the ordinances. And the commission may decide that the project as proposed is inconsistent with either the comprehensive plan or the ordinance, and therefore not be able to approve it. Or they can continue the project, or you can continue the project and say, if the applicant voluntarily amends their project description to be consistent as the commission sees fit, then that may be something that's approvable. So those are the options that we're weighing today as we move forward.
I would ask fellow commissioners at this point that we direct informational questions to staff at this point, but the discussion of solutions or remedies or conclusions, if we could save that till our deliberation stage, though I very much appreciate your comments, Mr. Wilson. Is that amenable to everybody at this point? Okay.
I have a
informational, okay,
question
please.
that is, I believe, germane along your guidelines, which you just related. So you don't have the permit. Can you bring the permit up? It is so small for me to read, but I believe that's in your,
Yeah, that's going to be a question.
you can look for it and bring it up. But this is,
Commissioner Sauer, we just might need a minute.
okay.
It's probably,
We can
you saw it
then
in some of the
continue,
attached
and I can
materials,
insert
right?
this later, okay? Thank you.
Once, I think she's looking for the roofing permit, but if maybe that comes up at the deliberations, if they can bring it up then, or it depends on how long is it going to take, because I want to be respectful of everybody's time.
Commissioner Sauer, did you see it in the materials that are posted online somewhere?
It's in here. It's impossible to read, and it is online.
So,
And I don't want to belabor this, and we can, either, it can be brought up, but it is a specific question objectively. This is not deliberation or a comment, okay?
Do you have it in your pile of stuff?
Yeah, I can't read it. Okay. Yeah, no, it's on a full page. It's just you can't, I couldn't even read it online. Anyway, yeah. Okay, and,
How
okay.
about this, if we, because we have been kind of playing fast and loose with the numbering of things today, what if we went on to the appellant presentation and then circled back to staff with this to give them the appropriate chance to look it up and have it?
Thank you.
Okay. So with that, thank you, staff. We look forward to seeing you again shortly. And with that, we would ask for the appellant to offer up their presentation. In terms of time today, I am looking to allocate 15 minutes to the appellant presentation and rebuttal, and 15 minutes to the applicant presentation and rebuttal.
Okay. Is this turned on?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, last time we had 20 minutes, and we've practiced. I think we have a very tight presentation. I'm not sure we can do it in 15 minutes, but
I
We may
was
need
frankly operating under the assumption that we had had a lot of context to this already, but
Okay.
Would both applicant and appellant like 20 minutes today? Yes. Is what I'm hearing? No. Okay, let's stick with 15 minutes, and I will exercise chair discretion if it needs more time.
Okay, a couple of housekeeping things before you start, maybe. The permit is in the February appellant's presentation, the permit that you're looking for, if you want to look through that. Good morning, I'm Joe Cole. Thank you for reading everything. You can see in our written materials, we respectfully disagree with the staff on most of the points that they just raised. We're going to report on the 7-0 vote of HLAC. To brief you today, we're going to have Mark Chitello, Then we're going to have Bill Babbitt. Then we're going to have Fermina Murray, one of our historian experts. Then we're going to have one more, Amber Long, one of our experts. Then I'll wrap up. Thank you.
Commissioner Sotelo, did you want us to bring up any part of the?
No.
Okay.
No, I'll just rely on the spoken word. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. I'm Mark Sotelo. I'm here today on behalf of the appellant, Mr. Babbitt et al. Your commission today has two options. You can condition the project to protect the historical integrity of this place of historical merit. You must uphold the Montecito Community Plan policy. Mr. Wilson mentioned that, but staff just said LUDC, but the Montecito Community Plan is a finding you have to make, consistency. Policy says significant historical resources in the Montecito area shall be protected and preserved to the extent feasible. There's no dispute. These are significant historical resources. So you have to uphold that policy with your action. So if you're going to approve this project, you have to condition it such that it's going to meet those requirements. The second piece is CEQA, and you have to comply with CEQA's mandate to protect historical resources. If you can't do that, you have to deny the project as it's proposed because it fails to protect those resources and causes significant impact. Now, I need to respond to staff's comment here. CEQA is not optional. Obviously, the exemption that staff is proposing is the wrong exemption. It doesn't qualify for that exemption because the exception to the exemption, this is a significant historical resource. So this is not your garden variety house, so it doesn't apply. But in the county's own CEQA guidelines, we included this in our letter, it says that if a project will affect a significant historical resource, one that's eligible, doesn't have to be listed, just that it's eligible, and this one's eligible not because it's 50 years old, but because it's a Moody cottage. If it was 50 years old, it may or may not be eligible, but this one's a Moody cottage, it is eligible. If it's eligible for inclusion, then the project, the project is not exempt from CEQA because of the exception to the exemption, which I just cited. This is the case even if the project only requires a ministerial permit. So CEQA applies here, and either conform the project, and this, as staff interprets it, applicant needs to say, okay, we'll conform our project to HLAC's recommendations, which are the minimum necessary in order to meet the historical standards, or you have to deny the project. So your choices here are somewhat limited. HLAC gave you a roadmap, and it gave the applicant a roadmap. They provided a thoughtful and balanced approach. One of the comments was that little details are important, and that's really what we're trying to accomplish here is can we get this structure back into a place where it continues to be eligible for listing as a place of historical merit. You're going to hear from Ms. Long about the specifics about that, but I wanted to also make the point that as we have looked at this project, one of the things that came out at the HLAC hearing was the new disclosure of the 1973 plans. And those plans showed that there has been work that has been done to a portion of the project after 1973. Those changes were not permitted and could be the subject of additional enforcement action. And this happened before the Cybergs owned the property, it appears, and now it's an area that's been further modified by the unpermitted modifications that they have undertaken. We don't think it's necessary to go back and redo all that. That's a concession on our part, that we think if we can implement HLAC's recommendation, that enables this project to go forward and let these folks finish completing their modifications in a way that does honor the historic qualities of the property. We've also agreed that the window schedule, as proposed by Tim Hazeltine, and the one change of the single door, as recommended by HLAC, are appropriate. So it's our hope that the Montecito Planning Commission will be able to get this right by looking at the guidance given by the Historic Landmarks Advisory Committee, condition the project so that it does meet those standards or deny it. I'd like to now ask Mr. Babbitt to come up and make a brief presentation on with some of the specifics that he's noted, and then you'll hear from the historians. Thank you.
Morning, Commissioners. Bill Babbitt. Before I forget, I have 2 graphic presentations. I'd like to ask you to pull up the graphic portion. We submitted 2 graphic presentations. The second would be on questions or if you have further questions about 73 drawings and/or the inaccuracies portion we've left as detail if you would like to know more. But before I forget, I would like to respectfully disagree with what was stated, that the original HLAC drawings are the exact same drawings that were shown to HLAC number 2. That is not true, and I can explain why, and the sets of drawings are in my second presentation.
I'm going to help them find it. The right presentation.
My graphic presentation, please.
Let's put a pause on the clock for just a minute, and let's to get all this appropriately configured.
This is a small project with a lot of concern, so I'll try to be as...
Mr. Rabbit, is this the visual presentation you'd like to have up?
Yes.
Okay, then let's restart the clock. Thank you.
I will try to go very quickly. And very briefly, as a recap, this is the historic project we're talking about in a historic district. Next slide, please. We're talking about the pioneering architect Harriet Moody, who left us a wonderful body of work in Santa Barbara. Next slide, please. These original pencil drawings we located typifies some of her design criteria that are very typical of her work. Small cottage, steep pitched roofs, small doors, and low roof lines. Next slide, please. One of the most important aspects of her designs are her roofs, which were inspired by the drawing, or inspired as shown on the drawing to the left, of thatched roof, which has been interpreted with shingles, and her wood shakes on the right, and you see the horizontal patterns that she carefully detailed and built. Next slide, please. This is another Moody cottage in the historic district with the color of the roof is a brown gray is typical, and I will acknowledge that sometimes the sun can show it a little bit lighter or darker. Next slide, please. Another example of a Moody cottage in the district with its typical low roof line and a very mild adjustment over a standard height door. Next slide, please. This is the project we're discussing with its very dramatic black and white presentation, a stark black metal roof with a vertical detailing, not horizontal. And this is in the front. This is the largest issue that's visible from the street, but this coincides with the major unpermitted and remodel that was taking place and continued after a red tag and 2 other efforts by the county to stop it. Next slide, please. This is a photograph post-Hazeltine on the front, where there's a description in their report that much of the work was in the back and it didn't matter. And this is a photograph that shows from the street that the area on the left was demolished and built back. And the building paper that's shown there is not on top of plywood, it's on top of wood studs. So it's really a privacy screen that if you took that down, you would see the unpermitted work that was visible from the street. And you can also see that the roof was in progress along with the unpermitted remodel. Next slide, please. This is a building we all probably know on Coast Village Road, which was the headquarters for the Moody sisters. It was their tea room, it was their antique shop. There's lots of interesting information about this, but it shows a lot of their character-defining features in the roof and the horizontal banding and the inspiration of thatch. Next slide, please. This is a photograph we found in the Moody archive prior to the ownership by the Seiberts of the project. It shows the typical brown-gray roof, white trim, a lovely blue color, and very simple character-defining presentation. Next slide, please. This is the photograph that was the real estate ad that was well documented, and I read, "Charming Moody Sisters cottage tucked into a small enclave of like architectural properties." It was well known by everyone that this was a Moody cottage. And in my opinion, all of this time, all of this effort could have been saved had the owners disclosed when they applied for the permit. 5 words: this is a Moody cottage. Next slide, please. This is a color study just showing from the real estate ads, the existing roof was a brown gray. It was clearly not black. You can see on the smoke on the chimney that that's a charcoal gray, black, blue, but it was not black. Next slide, please. This is a photograph from the post-Hazelton report, which shows the primary view of the front of the house. The house is a little bit angled, so you very much see this from the street. Next slide, please. This was proposed in the settlement set, which showed a slightly different off-white color. It had black trim, and it had a charcoal black roof. We do not think, nor do the historians think, this is a Moody cottage. This is perhaps a watered-down version of a modern farmhouse, but this does not read as cottage, nor does it read as Moody cottage. Next slide, please. These are just and I'm sorry, that was a Photoshop diagrammatic, just FYI, for the commission to understand the differences of subtleties in this. This shows the same roof that was on the realtor photograph with the brown gray, what a simple change to white windows and white trim would make. This reads as cottage. Next slide, please. Two other examples, yellow with white trim and or red as white trim. We're not designing this, we're just giving examples of what a difference it makes by the selection of appropriate materials and colors. Next slide, please. Meanwhile, in the back, aside from the roof and the work that was being done in front, these are post-Hazeltine photographs showing the unpermitted construction. This is the 17-inch roof raise. This is the framing for the oversized doors. We've raised a lot of concerns about inaccurate drawings. The structural engineer's drawings show this as an existing opening. That's not an existing opening with structural posts and a header. This is all new work. Please move on. Continued post-Hazeltine photos showing the unpermitted construction. In the far distance on the right, you can see the privacy screen in front of the wood studs that was not allowing to be visible from the street, the new work that was being done. A lot of this work we question is shown on the drawings as existing, grandfathered in. That is, we disagree with those comments and those drawings. You can see the considerable work around the foundation, potentially pouring new posts, new structural beams supporting the new roof framing. I will just tell you that the original HLAC drawings does not say that that section that you're looking at right now was changed. There is no reference to that, the original HLAC drawings. Next slide. Okay. Please go to slide 24 and 25. 24 shows the entire northeast quadrant on the left that was torn down and demolished. What they told HLAC, number one, was Area 1 roof was changed. They did not tell them Area 2 was changed. Quickly go through, these are graphic representations of the area that was changed. Next slide. I'm just trying to wrap up. There's a lot more to show you. Please go to 29. These are examples from the Moody archive of the typical design characteristics that show low doors, window features, low roof lines. Next slide, please. Again, the roof material, the low roof lines, particularly important on the upper right, the little eyebrow window over the door. Next slide, please. And I will wrap up briefly. There's a lot more to show you, but the drawing on the right is the Moody cottage that's been recently torn down without a permit on Middle Road, and that's a terrible shame. If you can go to the last slide, please. We would just like to ask, in conclusion, that our appeal is an effort to preserve and protect important historic architecture in the Moody District and for Montecito, and we respectfully ask the commissioners of this commission, of the MPC, to vote to support our appeal, including to require the corrections outlined by HLAC. I have a lot more information that I could answer if you have questions. Thank you.
Let me just say something. So because we only have 2 minutes and 35 seconds left, we're going to have a historian, Fermina Murray, here to answer questions. And then I won't make a presentation. So we're going to wrap up with Amber Long. So what we need is that last presentation that you had before. Then just go to the last page. It's the one that you had on just before when we, yeah, it's on the very last page. Yeah. If you can just show all 9. Okay, there we go. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. HLAC concurred with post-Hazeltine, 4 independent historians, and this commission that the Moody Cottage is eligible as a place of merit. They laid out their statements that they don't support the black metal roof, existing black and white color scheme, existing as-built raised roof, and the large-scale double doors. They also reiterated that the modifications must be consistent with the standards for rehabilitation. The changes made to the cottage by the applicant are currently not consistent with the standards for rehabilitation. These changes have resulted in a loss of integrity so severe that the cottage is now no longer eligible as a place of merit as it stands. This is a significant adverse impact. If not mitigated, it will require more in-depth and costly environmental review. As just mentioned, this is in the center of a potential historic district, so any loss of integrity to this house itself will also lend a loss of integrity to that historic district. We're proposing changes drafted by our team that focus on restoring the integrity of the cottage through appropriate mitigation. We've done extensive research into the Moody archives, original drawings, and historic photos that have informed these recommendations, and they're intended to resolve these significant adverse impact. The first 5 points up here, they are focusing on the integrity of the cottage and how we can mitigate that to make it once again eligible as a place of merit. Point 1, replace the applicant proposed French doors with a single 32-inch wide, 6-foot 8-inch tall door. HLAC made this recommendation because they did not approve the French doors. This is a more compatible Moody style, and it is more appropriate for the scale of the cottage. Point 2, lower the roof line to the original 1949 design and plate height with a small eyebrow or other compliant architectural parapet or cant strip detail over the doorway, and use flush frame rafter techniques to avoid the height of the header above the door, also a recommendation made by HLAC. They concurred that the roof line should be restored. They did not agree with the 17-inch raised roof line. They recommended flush frame to keep the height lower. We feel that this is a crucial character-defining feature that was removed that should be replaced. Point 3, we're recommending a certainteed presidential shake TL textured shingles in brown and gray. There is a spec sheet in some part of our presentation. We've noted aged bark, country gray, and autumn blend are all appropriate colors. These shingles are Class A fire rated, and they have the same fire rating as the metal roofing. Point 4, regards the paint color, so we're requesting a pastel color with trim painted a lighter shade. This was also something that HLAC was in favor of. There's a quote in Post-Hazeltine's report from Moody Mildred talking about how they chose these sort of muted pastel colors with lighter trim. Point 5, paint the carport studio the same color or a compatible color to the main house with corresponding trim color. Re-roof the building with the same brown and gray textured shingles. Since the original carport was demolished in 1976, and that's when this one was built, it's not over 50 years old. However, it would be considered new construction next to a historic building, and therefore a new addition that must be compatible with the architecture of the existing building. So therefore, changing the colors and the roof would make it now a compatible structure next to a historic building. Our last remaining points focus on accuracy and enforcement. Point 6, we require accurate drawings that reflect true existing, as-built, and proposed new work, including corrected structural drawings to replace those previously submitted. It is standard practice that an architectural historian reviews each iteration of drawings or final set of drawings for consistency with the standards. This has not been done, so we request that that be done. Point 7, revise the plans conforming to these changes, including the reference to the 1973 plans. Upon a decision by this body, the changes proposed.
I'm sorry, we have been a little lenient on time, and I will be happy to be similarly lenient with the applicant, but we do need to resolve this now.
I'm almost done, thank you.
No,
Oh, you want me to
we're
be
2 minutes
done?
over, so I'm sorry.
Okay. Then I'll just say points 8 and 9 are on the screen, and we appreciate your consideration of them. Thank you.
Okay. So now we would normally go to the appellant, to the applicant, but I think we're going to go back to staff about the permit itself. Is that, staff, are we comfortable with putting the permit up at this point, or? No.
Okay,
No.
that's fine.
Okay, we have a couple of options here. Why don't we go to informational questions of the appellant? So,
Chair, can we take a break? Sorry. I got a lot of stuff going on right here. Are you
let's
okay?
take 5.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
5-minute break, everybody.
Thank you.
Mr. Wilson, whenever you tell me and I'll launch this. Here it is.
Well, I'm not going to make him take the windows out.
Oh,
Paint the building, re-roof those things.
Are we,
Yeah.
are we back? Oh, no.
Not appropriate.
We're still in Santa Maria. Sandy's on.
What? Oh, sorry. that was a mistake.
I'd like to bring this meeting back to order, and with that, I'd like to go to staff for the presentation of the permit that Director Senhauer had asked for, or Commissioner Senhauer had asked for previously.
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I'll let Deputy Director Seawards provide additional information. That's a lot of words there. But as clarification, during break, we went to confirm what this image represents, and this is the application to a building permit. Subsequently, staff did further research, and this is the actual permit that is issued. So the appellants had submitted this as evidence. This is actually not the permit. This is an application. I'm just going to keep going. Is that okay? So in 2020, if we can remember what was going on in 2020, we were all locked at home, and the process at that time was applicants were either emailing or faxing in applications. Re-roof permits in the Building Safety Division are considered over-the-counter permits, and so at that time they were either getting emailed or faxed in, and this one was actually submitted by the contractor, roofing contractor, who submitted this application that was processed by Building and Safety Division. They reviewed the application and issued a permit, and this is what the issued permit looks like. At the beginning, you want me to start at the top or like?
I think if you could perhaps read the work description, but expanding out the acronyms to full words.
Sorry, give me a
I'm
second.
sorry, Mr. Wilson, I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
No, it's fine. I got some water here, so I'm ready.
Okay.
So the work description is re-roof flat portion of a single-family dwelling with black metal roofing color to match E, which is probably existing asphalt shingles, 16 square feet. 16 squares. Or 16 squares, sorry. Thank you, Commissioner Kupiak. That's quite all right. 16 square feet may not have been enough to...
Oh, okay. So is there a discrepancy in the application by the metal roof contractor and what was, okay, which I can't read, okay? You approved, okay, the approval was predicated on this application that was supplied by the metal roofer, okay? That part I see. In following with what was the actual permit that was, there we go, it says residence, right? It doesn't say the carport or whatever, right? It's the single family residence. Is that correct? The SFD, right? And when it was, I'm just trying, for objective sake, to be very specific that this permit was for the residents only, and it was not to include, it did not include the carport or dwelling to the south. It was only the residents, okay? And I'm just, I think it's of import to acknowledge either it was just the house or it was everything. And this doesn't seem to me, and everything is metal roofed now, but this permit does not seem to reflect that. And please just help me out here.
Commissioner Senow, through the chair. Well, I'm sorry. I think that's a reasonable assumption. I did not approve it. I don't know if I can definitively tell you exactly what, I just don't know. I think that's a fair assumption. But whether that's accurate or not, I can't say. Sorry.
I'm curious, could you walk me through what 16 squares mean? As a
square is 10 by 10. It's 100 square feet. So 16 squares is 1,600 square feet.
Commissioner, can you? Oh,
Yeah.
now your mic's on.
Sorry, a square is a roofing term that represents a 10 by 10 area. So that's 100 square feet times 16, right?
So
it's 1,600 square feet of roofing.
So for an 800 square foot house and a indeterminate garage, the volumetric or the
Well,
two-dimensional.
You're not measuring it that way. You're measuring it that way. Right. So you're measuring the surface area of the roof that has to be covered.
So as a farmer, I like to only think in two dimensions, which is probably not to my benefit. Is this number that we're looking at, would it be inclusive of the garage, or is it?
I don't know.
Chair and Commissioners, just to clarify, I did speak with the building department on this issue specifically to identify what a square was. So the permit does say 16 squares, which is, as you pointed out, 1,600 square feet of roof, and the residence is 831 square feet. So I think it's safe to assume that allowing 1,600 would include both the main residence, and the carport.
You studied, I'm sure, a lot more geometry and math in school than I did. But if this is two sides of a triangle, but it's the third side of the triangle is 800, that's where I'm curious as to how.
If it's 1 by 1, it's 1.414.
1.4, okay. So, it is a pleasure to have expertise on this. So, so 800 times 1.44, 1,200 square feet. So there would be an.
Ample enough to do both buildings.
Okay, thank you for both staff and fellow commissioners for getting me to this understanding. I appreciate it.
Does that answer your question? Is everything is there a comment associated with your question?
No comment at this time.
Okay.
Director Stahl? Yeah.
When it says re-roof the flat portion, does like the sides of a roof, is that a flat portion? Because to me, it means a flat roof. But does that mean the flat part, like the slope, the sides?
It does.
That's what it means.
Yeah.
Okay.
As opposed to a curved portion of a roof.
Director Kubiak,
Yeah.
could you turn
As opposed to any other irregular shape that would have been in the roof. You could have had a curved eyebrow. They would have priced that differently. This is just flat surface.
Okay,
Whether it's that way or that way. Or.
Thank you for
Sometimes I
putting
feel
both of these
valuable
up.
as an
Appreciate it. I
architect,
might have some questions later, but thank you.
Okay, so if I understand our agenda properly, or at least how the order of a hearing of an item, we now go to the commissioner questions of the appellant. No?
So we could have,
No.
could ask questions of the appellants, but the next process would be the applicant's presentation.
Okay, applicant's presentation, and then for the commissioner question deliberation, that's when we have questions of everybody.
You could do that,
Understood.
Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
So with that, let's turn it over to the applicant presentation.
And Mr. Chair, did you want to adjust the?
I'd like to adjust the time to 17 minutes.
Okay, great, thank you.
So my name is Richard Seibert, and I thought I would briefly go over the chronology of the permit history at 539. In 1949, the studio was permitted and constructed by Mac McQuitty. The architect's name was Harriet Moody, and it was 564 square feet with a carport, which is 118 square feet. In 1976, Robert Edwards, who was an architect, used the space for his architectural work and added the carport only, not closing in the walls. In 1979, Robert Edwards, that same architect, did a remodel of the western, southern, and the eastern side of the structure. It's a little unclear. I understand the appellant's confusion in regards to enclosing that eastern portion, but after reviewing the plans, it was clearly permitted. In addition, in regards to that, we did not add any square footage, pour any concrete, or do any dirt work related to adding square footage on that portion. In 1988, Jane Barber and Albert Martin were issued a home occupation permit, which was a zoning change to a residence in 1988. So just to give you a little context, here's the context of our home when we bought, which we bought in 2020. I needed to move my family in to an unsafe and impractical home, and we were financially barely capable of purchasing 539 Periwinkle. Ironically, after living in Montecito since 1994. That's 30 years. I wanted to make the home safe for my cherished family with proper egress, and I wanted the safest roof after seeing the recent fires devastation in California's wildfires, which have destroyed whole communities, and our subsequent mudslides where my mother lost her home of 25 years in Glen Oaks. Upon arriving at our newly closed escrow, very sadly, we found that the next door neighbor, Bill Babbitt, had taken out our old driveway, cutting the asphalt, and put a hedge out to the street, so it became very tight and cut off our views to back our cars out. This was the introduction to our new neighbors. In regards to the metal roof, our insurance company did not think the asphalt shingle roof that we had would protect the home, or they would not have threatened cancellation. I did not have time nor money enough to wade through the design review process facing the insurance cancellation, so we obtained a roof permit the same way most people do in Santa Barbara. Our roof was black asphalt shingle, not gray or brown. In the photos, it has a faded part, but the part of the shingle that was not exposed to sunlight retained the black color. And that black chip is what I gave to the roofer and said, this is the color that you need to take to the county to match, because I understand that there's a process. If you do an over-the-counter permit, they'd like to see a chip of the old roof. So it was a black shingle. I wouldn't have asked for, I don't really understand the brown photos. It looks very odd, but I do understand the faded gray photos. But originally the roof was black. We legally and rightfully obtained a roof permit. After 4 years of this process, what we are proposing to do is install 5 windows stylistically of the period and a pair of French doors, which are both practical and should strongly be considered for both safety and appeal. In my impassioned, irreverent salutation to a bygone era, I stand behind our irreverent interpretation, which both edifies and reveres an architect who graced our seaside town of Montecito in the 40s. I, for one, liked and still like the modern farmhouse look. Myself and perhaps my younger friends embrace properties that are passionately cleaned up, functional, and have a modern reverence for a historical architecture. In my opinion, the bold lines of the modern metal roof accentuate, embolden the Moody Sisters architecture. Through these various design committees, we can try to dilute the bold statement of white and black and revert to a whimsical muted color theme and an asphalt shingle iteration of an English thatch roof. But these are design layers, like fashion, that we're adding on top of the architectural intent. In our project, we embrace the architectural intent with a bold architectural reverence, and when seen through that lens, perhaps you can imagine that this project and the finishes that we've chosen for our home are a complement and a generational bridging of stylistic finishes. And only 2 windows changes are visible from the street. The fanciful design decisions before you today are philosophical design finishes that obviously go beyond the architecture into preserving a theoretical and speculative interpretation of what the Moody Sisters would have done today. And while kitschy and cute, the Moody Sisters cult following is not progressive nor inclusive. I, for one, think the Moody Sisters would stand hand in hand with the Sybards with a large exaltation of the modern interpretation which does not disregard the architectural intent. So I just want to talk for a moment about the inefficiencies of this process. To be able to allow people to move from outside our community and then use the system to impose a Los Angeles thought process and strategy through manipulation, bullying, misinformation, and a willingness and ability to throw a lot of money to impose an interpreted design on a neighbor is revolting. Bill Babbitt at 537 Periwinkle has never spent one night in his home, nor will he. The home remains unfurnished. Bill lives in a $15 million home with his husband by Knollwood Tennis Club. This is an agenda-based attack we are caught up in for Bill Babbitt's campaign to become an influencer in the Montecito community so he can push his weight around and make other people's lives miserable. It is obvious that he's trying to gain political clout by taking on a very local issue in a community that he is not a part of and having moved here only a couple of years ago. This is not the Montecito I signed up for. Okay, coming to the end here. Board members, there comes a fateful decision-making moment when you personally become responsible for another person or family's destiny. You are in that position today, and the weight of your decision is critical and timely for our family moving forward. Are you going to succumb to an influencer who is grinding an axe, or will you stand up and support innovation and progress? Truth is, the old character of people buying here and being able to continue to live is being pushed aside by wealthy outsiders who want to come to our small community and push themselves around. They are heavyweights with private attorneys, private historians, imposing their design fashions on their neighbors is deplorable. And to have a forum which dilutes individuality and divides homeowner rights is ridiculous. More than anything, I want to be left alone once again and move to perhaps Santa Ynez, where we can resume a private rural life that was the Montecito I remember in the 90s, and to be left alone. The absurdity of a neighbor being able to destroy another family by throwing $100,000 to impose their opinion on another family is absurd and disgusting. The ludicrous time process to obtain construction permit in Santa Barbara does not help families or consider real-world financial challenges. In real-world terms, we spent close to $50,000 of after-tax dollars to defend our interpretation while putting 4 children through college. If you go with HLAC's recommendations and you require us to be able to do those changes, we won't be able to afford it. If you came to us and said, we want the other roof, we could barely afford that. So we spent all of our money defending this. We don't have time or money to be able to go we don't have time and we don't have money to move forward with this. So we're no longer in a place where we were 6 months or a year ago. So I really want you to consider our family and our life in addition to the preservation of this home. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Lisa Seibert. I just have a couple of quick comments. Our roof was black. Richard is correct. When they pulled the tile off underneath, that was on top of the other tile, it was black. I don't live in a historical district, so I'd appreciate telling me I live in a historical district. I live off of East Valley Road. I turn up my street on Hodges. On the left, there's a house with a metal roof. Then I go down, I turn on Periwinkle. There's a white house, just like my house, on the corner. Dina owns that house. Her husband, Jeffrey, is one of our appellants. He lives in a white house. There is a Moody sister down the street. It's a white house. That person tried to buy 170 Middle Road, the other Moody sister that they keep commenting about that was destroyed. Do you want to know why it was destroyed? I know the lady who lived there. She was a wonderful lady, Natalie. I don't know if anybody knows Natalie, but I would walk that street, talk to Natalie. Natalie lived there. Natalie passed away. Somebody came, bought that property. They told that owner they couldn't tear down that house on that property because it was a Moody sister. That gentleman went on, built another house on his property. Then the man in the White House, Moody sister on my street, decided he was going to buy that Moody sister. And he had them cut it in half, and he was going to move it to his property on Periwinkle. He was trying to put it in the setback. He was trying to add more to his Moody sister property. In the end, he was like, I can't afford it. I can't afford to move this Moody sister. This gentleman who bought the property at 170 Middle Road for years had a half-cut Moody sister house on his property. And finally, Alex from the Montecito Fire Department went over there because they said, sir, this is a pile of embers. What is going on your property? So the fact that we're going to say that a Moody sister was destroyed, get your facts right, okay? It was somebody trying to get away with something and cut the house in half because he was such a Moody advocate and try to put it on his property and get it into the setback. And now the fire department had to say, I'm sorry, this is a pile of embers. Alex told me those were his words, a pile of embers. This is a fire hazard now. My house is about to be a fire hazard. It is a fire hazard, actually, besides my metal roof, which I had Alex come out in, I think it was 2020, during the pandemic, and said, you have to have bigger doors. You have to get out of this house. So while you're getting your roof done and putting the best roof you can on that metal roof, you better figure out how you're going to get out of this house. And so I also want to go back to my French doors. If you could, pull up those two pictures. This is a sideways photo of Bill Babbitt's house. He has French doors on his Moody sister. Why can't I have French doors, Bill? Is there a reason I can't have French doors?
If we could direct comments to.
Thank you. Okay, I would just love to know why I can't have French doors. There's another Moody sister on my street with French doors. There's another sideways photo. But they have French doors. I just want to know when this is going to end. Do you want me to sell my house? Because I'm sure I can find a developer who has deep pockets, who will play chess with this gentleman. But I'm not that person. I want to live in peace. Thank you.
Are there further comments from the applicant side? No? Okay. We now open it up to public comment. I currently don't have any speaker slips, but Mr. Villalobos, do you have either speaker slips or anybody who is online who would like to offer public comment?
Mr. Chair, I have neither.
Okay. Well, with that, we would.
Mr. Chair, sorry, Mr. Cole, the conversations need to be on the mic, but there are speaker slips in the back. Or if the individual would like to speak, they can just come to the mic, state their name, address, and fill out a slip afterwards.
So, can I ask a question? Why are we having?
Mr. Chair, we can't have conversations in the audience. So if individuals want to speak.
If I understand the nature of the question, let me direct it to staff. Is that is it appropriate for people who are associated with the appellant but have not spoken on the appellant's time to speak as a member of the public? Is there a prohibition against that I should be aware of, or should we be allowing that to go forward?
Mr. Chair, if the speaker is part of the appellant's team, then they should have spoke during the appellant's presentation. And if they choose to speak now, then we should add time to the applicants. So the direction is the appellant's team need to speak during that time. But if they're a member of the public, then they're more than welcome to speak on behalf of the public.
So we have a member of the public. She'll stay within 3 minutes, and the applicant can have an equal amount of time.
So Mr. Chair and Mr. Cole, this is a public comment period of time, and so the appellant's team should not be addressing the commission at this time. So if the member of the public wants to speak, she's invited to come up and speak.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wilson.
So can she speak or not? Yes, okay.
Okay, yeah, my understanding of what Mr. Wilson just said is that if a member of the public wants to come up and speak, they can speak.
Okay, member of the public. Fermina Murray, local historian, Honorable Chair Miller, and commissioners. As you can see, the Historic Landmarks Advisory Commission, HLAC comments, and the presentation before you. This project needs to meet CICWA and Secretary of Interior standards for the cottage to remain as a place of historic merit resource. A county landmark, and it's still going in process, a county landmark, Moody Sisters house at 170 Middle Road in Montecito was demolished without permits in July 2023. I am a public citizen who's sent letters to the Board of Supervisors about that. So your decision to reject the applicant's unpermitted modifications to this project is crucial for the preservation and protection not only of 539 Periwinkle Lane Cottage, but for all the surviving Moody Sisters houses in Montecito. These changes do not meet the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation and inconsistent with the Montecito Community Plan. We strongly request that the Planning Commission set a precedent today that it is not acceptable to put a black metal roof on the Moody Sisters cottage or make unpermitted renovations without HLAC review and county permits, or present inaccurate, incorrect drawing plans that mask the historically significant structures. The community depends on your power and authority under the mandate of the Montecito Community Plan, which reads, as I quote, Goal CR-M-1, preserve and protect properties with historical importance in the Montecito community to the maximum extent feasible, and protect CRM21, significant cultural, archaeological, historic resources shall be protected and preserved to the extent feasible. So to the extent feasible means that this project need to meet the Secretary of Interior standards and the CEQA guidelines to preserve this very important Moody Sisters cottage on Periwinkle Lane. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I was asked to remind the commission that we do have a historic report for this project, and the historic report did determine that the project is consistent with the Secretary of the Interior standards.
Thank you very much. We are now going to go to rebuttals. The challenge I have is that the appellant has used up their time in their initial presentation. So I think that we would need to have a expedited rebuttal of, let's call it 2 minutes.
Well, I'd like to remind the commission that, you know, it's easy to attack an appellant, but what we're talking about here are 7 HLAC advisory members. It was a 7-0 and 4 historians. It's not Mr. Babbitt, it's the expert historians who are saying this. As far as Mr. Hazeltine's report, you know, they passed on the metal roof. They said it was their practice not to talk about anything as built, but as we've shown from the 4 historians, from Mr. Titello, you know, that was wrong. I think on the, you know, I've lived in Montecito since '75, and I think Chair Miller, you're multi-generational. I don't think I go around saying if you got here in the '90s, you don't have equal time, or if you get here in, you know, later, you have equal time. The, you know, all we really want you to do is to protect this Moody's cottage. If the Seibergs don't have enough money, you know, a lot of us don't have enough money, but when you do unpermitted construction and when you're red tagged and you keep building, then you're always taking the risk that it might have to come down. That's what you do. That's what happens when you get caught. You may have to change things. As far as the permit goes, we talked a lot about the permit. You know, we think it was false on its face. Maybe there was a chip. But when they built, you know, it was supposed to be flat metal. Obviously, it's seams. And then you saw in the pictures, they completely tore the roof up. You know, raised at 19 or 16 inches on the one. Staff says this, the other one's 3.5. It's really about 9. You don't, on a re-roof permit, you don't get to change the structure. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry,
Time's
Mr.
up.
Cole.
Thank you.
We are at the 2-minute time frame. If I was keeping mental track, we had 3 minutes left for the applicant, and we can add another 2 minutes like we did to the appellant. So there's a 5-minute rebuttal time frame for the applicant. I'm open to corrections to my math if that was okay.
Can you pull that image 31 up again? So I thought that Bill pulled up some great images and did some amazing research, and really impressive on the background that he's done on this. I thought he pulled up a really great image there on the lower right-hand side. It's a great example of a shed dormer implemented in the original construction of a Moody Sister, not too dissimilar to the proposed French door raised roof that we did. I want to emphasize that raised portion of roof is barely visible from the street. The Tyvek siding that you saw in the one image is, and this is also true on the architectural elevations, that room actually goes back at an angle, at a 45-degree angle. So one, it's difficult to get the perspective of the impact from the little kitchen area. That was a prior kitchen area that was done by, actually by permit. I had a hard time digging through it, but I finally understood what the architect did. And the architect put a kitchen in, and I think probably put a bathroom in, basically wrapping the entire house with remodels, except for the front elevation. So I just wanted to point that out, that there is a flat dormer implemented similar to what we're proposing, much more than a raised eyebrow. And that, just to emphasize that I think the normal process when you're a roofer and you come in for a like or a similar colored roof, you come in with the chips. That's what I provided to the roofer, was the black chip. And then lastly, the discussion about a flat metal roof. I'm not sure what a flat metal roof would look like. Maybe that wouldn't have seams, but I've never actually, I can't imagine what that would look like. The permit was, the roof that was installed was as the permit described. It was a standing seam metal roof. There's a little confusion over the word striations. Striations are an option that standing seam roofs can have, where they have striations between the standing seams to deter oil canning. Oil canning is when there's kind of a warbling of the roof. We chose not to do the striations, and we just did the flat metal roof as described in the permit. So thank you again for your consideration.
Are there further rebuttal comments from the applicant?
I'm not here to defend the county with their permit, but if I worked at the county and I pulled a permit on a house that had occupancy in 1988 for the first time, I wouldn't think it was 50 years old. It was a house since 1988. That was the first time it had a occupancy permit, because before that, according to my neighbor, Mo, who lives at 559, and our structure, part of our house structure, was part of her house that burnt to the ground that her mom died in, because there was, again, no way out, because she kept it just like it was from 1940. And Mo has lived there since she's 11 years old. She's 88, and she thought it was absurd that her house burned to the ground. She got the phone call from her grandfather, who lived next door, the McQuitty gentleman who built all the houses with the Moody sisters, and had to go and deal with the fact that her mom died at 559 Periwinkle because it burned to the ground. That is what my little structure, that is now a house, was a part of. And it was a gardening shed, she said. It was a studio, they wrote on there. It was no one's artist studio. Architects came in and used it. Years later, someone put a toilet in it. I don't know who. But in 1988, after the carport got torn down, the new carport built, the bedroom added, the bathroom legally added, the kitchen legally added in 76, it finally got occupancy in 1988. So maybe somebody should have done their work in 88. I don't know. But I can see why the county would give us a permit and not think it's a 50-year-old house. I don't think the county goes maybe through everything. My house wasn't designated with any significance. It still has no significance. So I don't know. It's your system, not mine. I don't know how to fix it, but here I am. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, at this point, we are going to close the public hearing portion of this meeting. And now we are going to go to the commission's questions and deliberations. It is as we, and perhaps what is a little bit more authoritarian approach than what Commissioner Pliche did before. I would like us to be disciplined about working right to left with questions and going through the different groups so that we are not having different commissioners asking different groups questions. So what do I mean by that? Is I'd like to start with questions of staff, working right to left. Then we would go questions of the appellant, working, I'm sorry, I'm saying right to left, but it's the TV side of it. It is from Mr. Kubiak, it is left to right, with Mr. Kubiak from Commissioner Kubiak to Commissioner Pliche. And then we would go on to the questions of the applicant. If that seems like, and once we've all finished our questions, I would then like us to have deliberation on the matter. Would staff, my concern about a short break is that do we want to try and land this plane before lunch or not? But if people need a break, I'm happy to take a break. Would a break be nice now? Okay. I don't want to deny people. Okay, let's take a 5-minute break. Okay. Well, welcome back. We are going to proceed with the questions and deliberations stage of this appeal. And so I would like to start with questions for staff about this project, and start with Commissioner Kubiak.
Can staff identify what the issues of red tagging were from the permitted set of drawings that was issued? Why was the project red tagged? For what violations?
Commissioner Kubiak, through the chair. The original red tag came through the building department as a building code violation for unpermitted increase of the roof, as well as interior alterations to the residence. And then following that, once the building code violation was identified, they sent it over to planning, and a zoning violation was created for inherently the same issues, the increase to the roof height.
And how, if at all, was that remediated? Were there revised plans submitted? Was there a review? Or did this red tag just get ignored and what sits out there today is?
I see. Commissioner Kubiak, through the chair. The building code violation for the roof, because it was an open structure, basically, with no roof, the building department allowed them to move forward with completing changing the roof so that there wouldn't be, a massive hole in this residence. So they were given approval to continue work on the roof.
With the modifications as they had been shown. So we're raising this roof to put in French doors. What you're telling me is that was red tagged. That was not in compliance with the set of drawings that had been filed with the building department for the renovation.
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Kubiak, so keep in mind that with a re-roof permit, there's no set of plans. These guys didn't have a set of plans.
No, I understand. But then there's a subsequent set of plans for a renovation of the building.
Correct.
I understand.
Yeah.
I'm separating out the roof from this for a moment.
Okay.
There's a change in roof elevation. That change in roof elevation, because it did not appear on a set of drawings, was red tagged as a violation. My specific question is, how was that remediated through the county? Was it approved?
Commissioner Kubiak, through the chair, that's what this proposal is for. The proposal in front of you is to remediate this this violation. They're coming in and requesting.
The violation was never remediated.
Correct.
You're saying that the building department allowed them to move forward. I'm trying to kind of figure out this timeline of events. There's a red tag that occurs. You're building something that doesn't appear on our drawings, and you're in violation.
Correct.
So they're noticed of a violation. There's a corrective process. Is the corrective process to undo what you've done, or is the corrective process, because the building is wide open, the building department said that you can proceed with these changes?
That's correct.
So this is happening at the building and safety level. This never gets kicked back to planning to review. I'm modifying the facade of a building. At that point, this is going to show up as a Moody Sisters house, and someone's going to drop a red flag at planning.
Correct.
But building department is continuing to allow this applicant to move forward with their construction.
Correct.
So how are they to know? How is the applicant to, I want to make sure that we're not just kind of unveiling this tragic story. How is the applicant to know that they can't just continue forward? How are they to know that after they complete all this work, they're going to be in jeopardy? I know that there can be an appeal made, but my problem with understanding this is people keep flipping on this green light, and this green light means the building process continues. And then all of a sudden, when the building process is over, now we're going to decide that it's time for remediation. But who's responsible for that? Is it the applicant that's responsible? I agree that we were just, saying that there's a process that goes on about even the roofing permits. That roofing permits need to be looked at more carefully to make sure that they're not being given to a project that might have historic merit or that's older than the threshold, although, I got to tell you, I feel like if it's, a 50-year thing, I mean, I'm a relic by this point. And I have to tell you, as an architect, I think the 50-year rule on projects is nearly absurd. But that's aside from the point. What I'm trying to understand here is responsibility.
So,
How does this builder owner know that they're going to be asked to undo their work that the county has already told them that they can proceed with? Is that clear?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I'll try to take a
Thank
stab
you,
at
Jeff.
that. I think it's important to understand
But this is not about opinion. This is about knowledge of the timeline of what we're doing here.
I'll try to take a stab.
Thank you.
Re-roof permit applied for and issued. Started work. Removed roof. Then went beyond the re-roof permit, increased height. Received a notice of violation. At that point, they're informed they're in violation of building code. Health and safety issues would come in. I have an exposed residence. Can I cover the residence? The moment to close the residence for weather and all that. So they could move forward they were allowed to proceed, but it would be at their risk. They were notified that they're in violation. So their choice at that time is bring the roof back to where it was or proceed to seal the roof to protect it from weather damage. But that's at their risk because they don't have a valid planning permit or a building permit to authorize that work. So the outcome of what's happening today is if the commission finds that the increase of the roof is not consistent with the historical nature of the property or the structure, they'll have to correct that by bringing the roof back down to the original height. So there is a violation on there, and so to correct it is either get a permit or restore it back to what it was. So that's where it's at. So the moment that they continued beyond what they were permitted, it was at their risk. And so that's the decision, or that's the crux of the issue where we're at today.
Good job, Mr. West.
Yes, stop now.
Further questions from you for staff? Further questions, Commissioner Kubiak for staff?
I think that really does conclude my questions at the moment, but I'm going to reserve my right to think for a few minutes while you guys
Okay,
continue.
so we will come and revisit you on a loop around. Commissioner Stahl.
My question right now would be, if this were to move forward and we had the findings that you were recommending, what would stop anybody in the future from using this as a precedent?
Commissioner Stahl, through the chair. I don't see this as precedent setting in that the community, people in the community are going to rush out and try and sneak in a re-roof permit. I just don't see that happening. This particular approval.
I don't mean just a re-roof, I mean just the
But
project.
that's, I think we showed the application and we showed the issuance, which kind of triggered this whole thing that happened during COVID. It was happening when things were crazy and it was online, and there is a system in place where usually planning is triggered and we get notified and then we get a historic report and we send it to HLAC. It did not happen on this one instance. It just didn't happen.
But what is the safeguard for the community and us as a commission to ensure that somebody doesn't come along with a lawyer and say, well, this was permitted, regardless of the circumstances, this structure now exists with this roof and with these, door chain, things like that.
Yeah.
And now we want to do a similar project. What kind of like written in stone assurances can we get from the county and the planning department saying that that's not possible?
I don't have that answer. You know, again, if people are doing something without a permit, sometimes it's incumbent upon the community to let us know, because we are not staffed to be out there driving around and seeing everything. If someone files a complaint, we would follow up just like we did right now. But if people are changing their house, they're supposed to come get a permit with the department.
But that's not really my question.
I guess I'm not understanding your question.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, again, I'll try to take a stab at it. And I don't know if we're going to have an answer that's going to satisfy you, Commissioner Stahl. I think the short answer is each project is weighed on its own merits. Applicants propose their project description, staff evaluates it on consistency with the community plan, with the ordinance. The public has the opportunity to appeal it, as we've seen today. So the assurances that you're asking for is built into the code, is built in the community plan. Can applicants come and propose something different? They can, but the action today isn't precedent setting. We're talking about a specific site, a specific property with a specific project description.
But that, I respectfully would only disagree in that, as was mentioned, there's a house on the corner of Hodges and East Valley with a metal roof. Then there's going to be this one, and the community plan states that projects have to be consistent with the neighborhood. So now you have other metal roof projects in the neighborhood, and somebody coming in for a permit would be able to cite those as part of consistent with the neighborhood. And that's actually a big concern for me, because regardless of how the roof permit was obtained, it's gonna, if we don't uphold the appeal, it would be there with a metal roof, and it could be used to just sort of support consistency with the neighborhood. And I just want to know how the planning department would sort of deal with this kind of an issue.
Mr. Chair, thank you, Commissioner Stahl. I don't have any further response. If you want to move forward, we can. But I don't have anything further to address that.
Actually, Leslie,
comment.
can I comment just for a second about
Sandy.
this? Sandy's
I know,
concern.
people call me Leslie all over.
You know, we have a lot of mechanisms in place. One of the suggestions that I would make to the Building and Safety Department is that if, you know, that when an application is filed for a roofing permit, it lists the age of the building. So there's an immediate trigger to know whether or not this structure that's going to get re-roofed should be reviewed by the planning department. That's an easy solution. In terms of dealing with all of these other safeguards, you know, projects are going to be proposed that get weighed on their own merit in Montecito. They're going to go to MBAR. We're going to see comments from MBAR. If someone doesn't like what MBAR does, it's going to get appealed. It's going to come back to us. So, I mean, I really believe there are many, you know, between the rails guidelines that help allow projects to move forward and get assessed as far as neighborhood compatibility is concerned, size. I mean, there's a lot of good things here. This just tends to me to be this one, you know, we got a glitch here in terms of building and safety being able to issue permits that may be outside the rails of, you know, what the Planning Commission would provide. So I just think we have structures in place that allow us to protect the community plan.
Commissioner Stahl, do you have further questions for staff? Commissioner Senauer.
Thanks. I have a question, as this is complaint driven, right? You don't drive around, like I said, neighborhood. This is a very basic question, but in other communities, you have a building permit exposed where it's visual on the home, okay? If it's behind a hedgerow, you can't see it. It's on the mailbox, okay? Do we have that mechanism to alert? I mean, as a community member, okay, even as a commissioner, if I see building, I go, it's obviously, permitted. I mean, that's basically what you would think, but it's not always the case. And I'm trying to find a nexus in helping you all not drive around each street and say, okay, but to provide the community information to inform them that this house on this street has a building permit that I can see, and so it's A-okay. If not, I would call planning or building and ask if this address has a permit. It seems pretty elemental, but I don't see those permits anywhere. So would that not be an approach? Or is it illegal? Code won't allow it? Whatever. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner St. Hour, all I can say is comment noted. That is not our practice. We don't post building permits. Now with our system, all that information is online, but we don't post building permit when there's over-the-counter permits. It's something we could look into, but I don't think it'll happen.
I would recommend it, and I would hope it would happen. It's very difficult, and I've been on Excella. It's really hard when you even put in all the information that something comes up. It goes, doesn't exist, whatever. I put in the 21 ZEV 000, whatever it was, nothing. So even though it's more basic, I think it informs everyone in a better way. So I'm just putting that forward because the predicate to all this was it was noticed by an immediate neighbor, right? But if no one was around, it would have just continued. Or someone walking. Anyway, to my point, I would hope it could be revisited and not dismissed as, don't think it'll happen. So I don't know if I have to talk to building or whatever, I mean, is it unreasonable to think that might be an approach?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, it is not unreasonable.
Thank you very much, Secretary Wilson. So the cascade started with the roof permit, okay, of what's before us. The roof permit was sort of an appetizer, and then they went to a 7-course meal, okay? They went through everything and did it, red tags, et cetera, et cetera. How would planning and building choose to abate other than what's before us if we say, no, go ahead, everything's fine, we'll deny the appeal, et cetera? Everything's built. How do you inspect electrical? How do you go back? I mean, is that a predicate for saying, okay, here's your LUP, but we're going to have to go in or do you just say a penalty, not good, but here, give us whatever. But is there an actual inspection, as there should have been at every stage, okay? Does that then happen post what they've done?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners. So the answer to your question is yes, there are inspections. If a project has proceeded beyond permits and they did get the appropriate inspections, there have been occasions where they're required to open up walls to allow us to inspect either electrical or structural aspects of the thing. So we can verify that it was built per code. So yes, there are inspections that are required. And if we can't see it, then we'll have to require them to remove whatever that obstruction is so we can view it.
Okay, right now, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sonauer. Commissioner Pliche.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Briggs, you made comment that the Moody College design meets this cottage, we'll say, the Secretary of Interior standard for rehabilitation. Yet they say no here. So where do you draw your opinion? Is it something that you get a letter from someone, or how do I handle this?
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Pliche, I'm not a historian, so I don't have a personal opinion on this. I'm just citing the fact that the project does have a historic report prepared by Post Hazeltine, which concludes that the structure meets the standards of the Secretary of the Interior. And we just felt it was important to clarify that because that report was done for the project. It's on the record. It's been accepted as adequate. I mean, I understand that there are other professionals present who disagree with that conclusion, but that's what the report concluded.
Okay, but before you came forward to promote or otherwise ask us to deny the appeal, you had this information here from the HLAC's discussion and vote 7-0. They say that it does not meet the Secretary of the Interior's standards. So I guess what I'm asking, when we met here a month ago, we said, let's go back to HLAC and get some more information, but we don't use it? Is that how that works? You have the discretion to use whatever you want to use?
The latter.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so it's advisory commission that has basically no power, but you just help to maybe offer opinions that may direct someone who has power to make a decision.
That's generally correct.
All right.
And might I add that in the historic report developed by Post Hazeltine, they go into great detail discussing each of the criteria, the history of the structure, why it meets the criteria. I mean, there is a very thorough discussion of how they reached that conclusion.
Okay.
They're not just jumping to a conclusion. It's all supported by discussion in there.
So it's as valid as this thing, or if not more so, whatever.
We often have disagreements amongst experts,
Okay,
whether
right.
it's biology or
Okay,
archaeology
that's
or
good
history.
enough.
Yeah,
I'll try to move on. Then maybe I'll keep, since you're up here, the roofing and safety. I hear from the fire department that this exceeds our Class A requirements. So is there a requirement that says it's okay to put shingles on that roof or not?
So this is not my area of expertise, but generally speaking, there are certain fire retardant requirements for roofing materials, and there are certainly shingle roofs that meet those requirements as well.
But post our fire debacle of 4 or 5 years ago, it's probably wouldn't be surprising if someone felt like they should try to exceed it if they could, if they have little kids in there. So
Absolutely.
It's a choice that they made, that they believe that it was better for them to ignore this Moody former roof and put something more safe there. As well as, for example, there's another comment in here from the Montecito Fire Department that said that the escape for the son's bedroom was questionable as it was. And so I see conflicts here that generally show up where the fire department has this opinion, the owner has this choice to make, and then we have neighbors who don't like it. So I guess there's not much more you could say except those things exist. And then you made a comment, sorry, I'll get you off Mr. Wilson, you made a comment that they're at risk. So they're at ultimate risk no matter what, when you say you could put the roof back on and protect from weather, but we're not saying that violation changes. So you're at risk, and at risk only because of someone neighbor complains, but are they at risk of what you guys might decide, the county decides what's appropriate to modify it to a more acceptable? Go ahead, I'll stop. Since you're ready to give me an answer.
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Pliche, to define the term at risk, it's when we use that term at risk, it has to do with their, I would say, financial culpability, is that they're moving forward with a unpermitted work So they're at risk, meaning that any work that they do outside of a permit, it may not be permitted. So that's the risk. And so if the commission decides that they can't make the findings and it's denied, that risk then is that they have to restore it back to what it was before. So that's when I talk about at risk. They're at risk for anything that goes beyond that permit.
But there's no promise that the county's going to tell them to take that roof off and put the roof back to how it was, the pitch. It's up to someone who's possibly puts a protest or complains, like a neighbor. I mean, what would dictate that to happening? You say at risk, but do you still mean that you have to take that roof off? You're not saying that.
What I'm saying is if their permit, the corrective action, the cure, is to get a permit.
I see.
If they don't obtain that permit, then they have to restore it back to what it was originally.
Okay, so
or apply for a permit that would be approved.
So now we fast forward all the way to today, and we get a report from planning here that says that's okay. We're good with it. We're good with the metal roof. We're good with the pitch. Everything's acceptable. So it seems like we're doing a lot of cycling here with what's approvable, one's at risk, somebody complains, we have an appeal. I just seem like this is something would call for some kind of compromise at some point, so this wouldn't just continue on, because this could continue on, couldn't it? Like someone sues somebody else, brings Brian back in more. But I mean, it seems like we should have a better way of coming to a conclusion. And I don't see this one necessarily a happy conclusion, not that it has to be, but I wish it was better suited for the applicant as well as for the appeal. But I guess I'll stop here and let you take over. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Palice. My questions for staff are, my first question is, standard condition 31 was requested by the appellant. I'm unfamiliar with what standard condition 31 is. If you could perhaps walk us through that.
Sure, Chair Miller. County Standard Condition 31 regards permit compliance monitoring, and so it's usually added to projects that have some sort of environmental impact, such as biological impacts or cultural impacts, and it basically allows county staff to attend site visits and monitor the construction and operation of a project. So that condition is usually saved for larger scale projects and not necessarily for ministerial projects. Staff believes that condition would not be appropriate in this situation because there would not necessarily be something to monitor. Any sort of construction monitoring would really be taken care of by the building department with those site visit, the inspections that we were talking about earlier.
When we go back to the red tag, I want to make sure that I'm properly understanding the various components that have been were red tagged versus what were more kind of stylistic decisions. Was the replacement of the windows a red tag scenario, an element of the red tag?
Yeah, Chair Miller, yes, they were.
Okay, and then the material of this is a precision I never thought I would be able to have. The material of the roof is a permitted function, but the pitch of the roof is a red tag element? Or the plate height?
The plate height is, yes.
I'm open to your correcting my words to
yes.
dial this in more precisely. There seems to be dispute about whether or not additional concrete and foundation was poured or not. I'm not trying to weigh in on this. Was foundation and or walls, were those elements of the red tag also?
Chair Miller, yes, they were. So although the actual square footage of the residence didn't change, they did kind of gut those walls in the rear on the eastern elevation. And doing that without a building permit would lead to the red tag.
So that the conclusion is that although walls were removed and a new foundation poured, that it meets building code and would be approved at this point?
No. Chair Miller, no.
Okay.
So what we're talking about before you is kind of the mother may I aspect of it. So is this applicant allowed to increase the height, change these windows, etc.? If your commission ultimately approves the project, the applicant would then take that project description to the building department and write up official building plans, which they would then do their own review, and again, those site inspections. So we're not necessarily saying by your approval that the building review is complete.
This actually is maybe, and I appreciate your clarity and precision of language. Thank you very much. This is perhaps something I'm not sure I fully appreciated. I was under the impression that approval today would trigger a scenario where they would go in with as-builts and then this would be stamped yes in the building department. I'm hearing you, potentially hearing you say something different, which is approval today is design approval, but that these things would have to be rebuilt according to the plan.
No, sorry.
Okay.
Let me clarify, Chair Miller. They don't necessarily have to be rebuilt. Once the applicant gets some sort of approval, they're gonna draw up plans that specify that approval, and it's still gonna be reviewed by the building department. The building department has the authority to go in and double check that everything was built to those plans and up to code, but that doesn't necessarily require the applicant to demo and rebuild everything.
Is it unusual to red tag a project but then authorize completion but not review whether the completion is compliant at a building, not at a planning level, but at a building level? That seems a little, if that's procedure, that's procedure, but
Yeah, it's kind of discretionary. I spoke with building staff and they did say that, if there's some like electrical concerns, that is a situation where they would want to open it up. But it's ultimately up to the discretion of the building department.
I appreciate the clarification around that. The understanding each individual element of whether it is in compliance with the Secretary of Interior's standards around this, as it relates to the windows, as it relates to the removal of walls, and as it relates to the pitch of the roof. Does planning staff take a look at the kind of dueling expertise of these of the different architectural reviews, or is it, I don't know, Chevron deference is the wrong word. Is there deference to the applicant? Is there applicant deference that's just kind of presumed if it meets minimum appropriate criteria?
Chair
Does that
Miller,
question make sense? Yeah.
I'm going to try and answer
Okay,
it.
if I can try and clarify it if what I'm saying is confusing. If it's just a hard question, sorry, on your own.
So as planning staff, it's our role to, first of all, ask the question of would this require a historic report? This site did. So we took the conclusions of that historic report and included it in our overall analysis. That historic report was taken to HLAC. Comments were provided, but again, this is not a landmarked designation. Therefore, those comments are advisory. So we take the application, and which included that post-Hazeltine Phase 1, Phase 2 conclusion that this project does fit within the standards of rehabilitation. And if memory serves, I don't believe that those initial HLAC comments stated that it did not fall within the standards of rehabilitation. So we took that review, those conclusions, and ultimately determined that there would be no impact.
Understanding that they're not present. Oh, I'm sorry.
Chair Miller, if I could just add to that really good response. I think to more broadly answer your question, there are many reports submitted, biology, cultural, wherever it may be, and we'll take a look at it and say this is not satisfactory and ask for more. I think Mr. Briggs said it well. This is a very robust analysis that was given to us. And you can also, when you look at the pictures before the work was done, this this place was in pretty bad shape. So it was reasonable for us to take that information and have a noted historian report that they comment on a lot of projects. And so it was very reasonable for us to take that report. So we do not give deference in the way that you said it to the applicant. We do an analysis and a gut check, and we'll sometimes get things peer reviewed. So it is not a one-size-fit-all process.
So I guess where I'm the issue I'm wanting to understand is that I have a certain, this is bordering on deliberation, I have a certain bias towards deference to other boards of it's a historic matter. That's why we have an HLAC. Kind of, and so do you have an understanding, or is there a way to contextualize in your staff opinion about the change in the HLAC recommendations from the first time to the second time? Because if I'm hearing you say that HLAC did not recommend this the first time, but now upon further review has recommendations that would say that this is currently not in compliance with Secretary of Interior standards, but it should be.
Let me just clarify, Chair Miller. The initial comments we received from HLAC did not specify if it complied with standards of rehabilitation. So they didn't necessarily say that it did. It just didn't specify, and then these new comments do specify.
Okay, so that is a conundrum, isn't it? Nothing is easy around this topic, is it? I think I'm good with my staff questions. A couple of you all wanted to have me recircle. Commissioner Kubiak, did you have additional questions?
No, I think I'm okay, but just to clarify.
Mike, please.
Maybe this is for our own knowledge. So when this applicant gets sent down the road to do whatever compliance consultants they need to do, they choose those people, whether they were an arborist, a historian, from an approved list of consultants from the county. And they hire one of those consultants, and that consultant renders an opinion. And those are by people who are designated by the county. The reason that I'm kind of bringing this up is, I've been here before, and again, I don't like where we are with this, but we're kind of like talking almost about a double jeopardy issue. If I am an architect and I decide that I'm going to do work and I hire, whether it's post-Hazeltine or some other historian, I hire Bill Spivak as my arborist who renders an opinion, and I move my project forward, and then somebody has a different opinion, how am I as an applicant, how do I know that I'm on safe ground ever? I'm done.
Commissioner Kubiak, I appreciate your comments. If we could continue this even further in the deliberation stage, because your comments are well taken, but just I'm going to be insistent on our order of operations.
I just wanted to make it clear that there are people chosen by the county to represent applicants in what is the process that we've defined.
Commissioner Stahl, did you have further questions about to staff? Are you good?
No, I believe they've been covered.
Commissioner Senauer.
I have one. Just to get clarification on both the project description and what we originally were advised, that the roof is not part, okay, of our decision-making on this project. Is that correct? Was that our instructions regarding the initial project, which is still before us? Okay, and I'll comma that and say that post-Hazeltine said that the roof cannot be reviewed as part of the whole project, okay? And is that where things got separated, or was it simply the permit and everything went off then. You can't consider the roof. MBAR was told they couldn't consider the roof. I disagree. Okay, that's deliberation. But I see there's a conflict here, okay? And a lot of this depends on how we proceed, the whole of the project versus the isolated approved building permit for the roof.
Commissioner Stenhour through the chair. To clarify, the commission is reviewing this project both in terms of the appeal for the land use permit as well as the appeal for the design review. And so the land use permit proposal does not include changing the roof material. The roof material was previously approved via this building counter, over-the-counter permit. The design aspect, though, is within your purview. So you do have the ability to discuss the design of the roof material.
This feels like angels on the head of a pin.
We are threading the needle here.
Marshall, can I ask staff?
Well,
Just
I'd like
so
to.
that we have a timeline
I'm sorry,
here.
Commissioner Kubiak. If Donna, I'm sorry, Commissioner Stenhour has further questions. I want to make sure, but I will come back to you.
No, that's
okay.
fine. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Kubiak.
Just, I have to get this timeline straight in my head. So there's a date of being red tagged. The remediation of that is the client hires post-Hazeltine to write a report. That's after the red tagging. Are new drawings filed showing, we've seen drawings, but are new drawings filed showing these changes? Yes.
Yes.
And county approves this, accepts post-Hazeltine's report, and either issues or revises the building permit to reflect what's built there now.
Yes, correct.
Then there's an appeal after the permit has been issued. I'm sorry?
Approved. An appeal was submitted after the permit was approved. Approve and issue is two different terms.
Okay, so the permit's approved,
The land use permit was approved, correct.
and then it went to building and safety.
Not yet, no.
It has not gone to building safety.
It has not.
So the land use permit's approved, and then the appeal is filed.
Correct.
So, in essence, the design changes are in limbo.
Correct, yes.
Okay, I just want to be 100% sure about that. The design changes to the shape of the roof and the windows are all in limbo because they are under appeal and they have not yet been filed with the building department.
That is correct.
I am.
Commissioner Palicha, do you have this? Okay. With that, I am going to conclude our questions of staff. If we could ask staff to stay in case something further comes up that needs further elucidation. But that I'd like to now turn it to questions for the appellant. And so, once again, starting with Commissioner Kubiak.
I mean, I feel like that we should be in a conference room doing a negotiation between everybody who's a party to this. This is a difficult spot to be in because I think there are things that have gone through a kind of governmental review that have been approved, and it's difficult for me to kind of fathom through all of this. The question becomes for me to the appellant is, what's a happy outcome? Because I got to tell you, I got a funny feeling this is going to be like King Solomon. No one's going to walk away from this room completely happy. But the question is, what is that? Is changing the roof more important than ripping the structure apart? Is painting the building an appropriate color more important than tearing out the French doors and windows? I got a funny, there are things that have been approved, and now we kind of I wanted to very painfully clarify what's in limbo what is still hanging out there. Obviously, the changes to the facade haven't been fully filed, and that's kind of up for grabs. But in terms of the appellant's desire, what is your desire at the end?
I can answer that.
Okay.
David, would you put up the last slide on my presentation? It's the resolution.
Page 5 and 6. So the answer comes from HLAC 7.0 and our two historians. It's right there, 1 through 5. What the historians tell us, what CEQA tells us, you don't weigh, what about this one, what about that one? The question is how do you undo the massacre of this Moody Cottage? How do you make it look historical again? Right there. French door, lower the roof line, use the shake, exterior walls, warm pastel color, paint the studio carport the same. And we showed you that, I didn't have a chance to show you my
Joe,
presentation.
I totally understand that. I painfully understand what the ultimate 100% solution is. The question is, for me, you're dealing with a project that actually has certain elements of it permitted. I'm not sure, how I hold an applicant responsible for proceeding with work that they've gotten legal permits to do.
Well, there's one permit over the counter. We've talked about the application said match the black. It looks gray. When they built it, they changed 2 roof pitches. You saw all the construction photos.
No, I got that.
At some point, when you exceed a permit, the scope of a permit, the permit is invalid. And with post-Hazeltine, hired after the fact, for them to say, you can't look at the whole, you have to piecemeal this thing. The metal roof, we can't look at the metal roof. HLAC in 1921 was told they couldn't look at the metal roof. MBAR was told they couldn't look at the metal roof. We have a CEQA lawyer and 4 historians working independently that said, you have to look at the whole project, and the metal roof doesn't work. So those are you asked the question, those are the 5.
Got it.
And as you know, in your materials, the Seibergs have posted my settlement letter. They've had it for over a month. They've never responded to us. They never responded to my settlement letter. We would have liked to have settled this, but we haven't been able to yet.
Is what's in the settlement letter something that you're willing to share with us?
It's here, we got it.
They posted it with you twice.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, I sent them a confidential settlement letter that
Yep.
instead of responding, they turned around and sent it to you guys.
Okay.
What's much like what you've just said, though.
Do you have further questions, Commissioner Kubiak? Commissioner Stahl, what questions do you have for the appellant?
I don't have any questions.
Commissioner Senauer, what questions do you have for the appellant?
I'm good right now, thank you.
Commissioner Police, what questions do you have for the appellant?
Joe, Mr. Cole, I'm looking at this applicant's proposed resolution for the MPC. Now, is that what you gave them? That's what I'm looking at here on page 5 and 6?
David, I've got it.
No, the settlement letter went before, I think you have it in front of you, it's dated February.
Well, this one here is March 15th, the date on it. This says here, applicant's proposed resolution for the MPC.
That was our.
What's that?
Appellant, that should read appellant.
Well, if you can, I can answer the question. David, if you could put that resolution back up, that you just had up. So the settlement letter, confidential settlement letter that went straight to you guys that they've never responded to, it didn't have all of that in it. That was something that was developed after we got the advice from the 7-0 advice from HLAC.
So this is the old one. Is that what this is?
I really can't see.
It's got your
Oh,
name
it's
on
the
it. This is yours.
I'm sorry, that's the same. Yes, it's the same. I couldn't tell, I thought you were waiving the settlement letter. No, 1 through 9 is the same.
So I guess back to Bob's question, whether you need the whole pie or not. Is there anything here that would tell you that possibly you could take something less than that? I mean, so it's either.
Well, okay, so I understand what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
The advice we're getting from 4 historians, including 2 of them who are here, and Ms. Long can give you more information. If you look at the Department of Interior guidelines, you need all 5 if you want to be exempt from CEQA.
So
if we had, we've never had a sit down with them to try to figure out what was more important and what, but this is what HLAC, you sent us to HLAC, we came back, they were 7-0. We had our 2 of our historians look at it.
But
This
for
is what
example,
works.
it says pastel colors. It couldn't be a soft white. It has to be a pastel color. Is that the only way the Moody's would accept it? I mean, you would accept it? I mean,
Yeah, my knowledge of colors is really bad. I
beg your pardon?
I can't tell you. If
Oh, you're
a color
colorblind.
is
I
a
forgot that.
pastel or not. My son's colorblind, and I'm close to
All
being
right.
colorblind. You're asking, could we cut a deal? We probably could have. They never responded.
So it's going to be, everyone's going to be, one side's going to be happy and one side's not going to be happy, whatever happens here, because we both can't come to a compromise here.
Okay, yeah, we would be fine with white. Remember the post-Hazeltine, the post-Hazeltine report, it was boggling to me that after the fact, they would say, given CEQA, you can't look at.
Okay, I got that.
No, we would go with white.
Okay,
In
so
fact,
that's one thing.
Most of the post-Hazeltine windows, the safety, we have no quarrel with that.
Well, so you're saying that, what about the single 32-inch by 6-foot 8-inch tall door? That's, replace that applicant's proposed French door to a single. That has to be,
You're
you're not happy with that? Huh?
You're looking at number 1?
Yep.
Yeah, the professional advice we have from the expert historians and from HLAC is that screwed up the Moody roof line, and it's a factor of making it ineligible for structure of merit.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Police.
Yeah.
The doors and the windows are a character-defining feature. So the French doors were not in Moody's lexicon. The single door we thought was a reasonable alternative, and we cleared it with historians. You'd want to raise, and you could raise the roof with a little bit of an eyebrow, kind of not dissimilar from what Mr. Seiberg suggested in terms of the dormer window that he offered. Yep. So the roof is raised just over the door, but it only needs to be a 32-inch door.
So, okay, let me ask you this. If they got approval from the county, like it looks like they may have now if you weren't here, and this door was approved as they built it, could you come back now and say you don't like it after they get a permit for it?
Well, they have the current status. They don't have that door in there, but there's no public involvement or review of a land use permit until it's issued. And this is what we experienced with cannabis permits as well. You had to appeal in order to get this
Right.
level of review.
I understand.
So this is the moment where we have these questions and decide these answers.
Yeah, and I think I can give you a more precise answer. If you, David, if you would go back a couple slides.
Commissioners, for the record, Mr. Chatillo misspoke for a second. It's after a permit is approved, not issued. Like, Ms. Knoll suggested, it's a very
You're right.
different.
This is the
Okay.
second time this has come up. Could you give me 30 seconds on what is
Sure. We have
approved versus issued?
we'd love to make as many steps as possible in the permit process. So and we do. You approve a permit, but then there's things the applicant has to go through, conditions they have to meet, and once they meet all those, then it's issued. So it's a two-step process.
Okay. Well, I think, I don't know, is there one more thing you want to say before I pass this to the next person here?
Yes, so if you're asking about concessions, you remember in 1957, it became its own lot, probably habitable at that point. In 73, we got at the end of H lab.
You know, I don't want a history lesson.
know.
Just get to the point, Joe, much as I love listening to you.
Yeah, so we're making a big concession because from all the changes from 73 to now, before the Cybergs bought it, normally those would also be remediated.
I see.
We're fine with those.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mike, sorry, Mike gone.
As your lawyer?
So as a lawyer, so all of these changes get made before the Cybergs buy this property. How does that get remediated? Does somebody who buys the house all of a sudden become responsible for the 30 years of changes that somebody made beforehand? I kind of don't think they are.
Well, it depends on planning and development. You know, you apply for a permit and they look at the history.
The process that the county has is complaint driven. So if there's a complaint filed for work that was not permitted, it would be open. The city of Santa Barbara requires an inspection before a property sells, and they identify all of that unpermitted work, and they require it be brought up to code.
Thank you.
The county doesn't have that practice. So
Okay.
yes, it can accumulate over a considerable amount of time.
So the buyer understands the problems that exist with that property. Otherwise, if they don't,
It's buyer beware. That's why you hire inspectors and you do a title review and you pull the permits and you see what's allowed.
okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
In your materials.
Sorry, I just needed to get
Yeah,
that
in the
straight.
materials, there's detailed plans showing the changes from 73 to now.
Commissioner Stahl.
Just to clarify, I believe that there was a lawsuit, and the city of Santa Barbara can no longer require, so that's not accurate.
I stand twice corrected. Thank you.
Yeah, so to answer some of your questions, you know, we didn't have enough time for me to show you some photos of what the doors and everything would look like, but they're right here. And I'm happy to show
So
them to you.
I'm sorry. Is the question to be posed here is, do you have an example of what you would like to like this project to look like?
Sure.
Okay.
Yep. If you can, David, if you can go back to the top slide that you just had up. So these are coded. Remember, we have 1 through 5. These are coded 1 through 5. So the yellow would be the door, the new door. Item number 2 would be the roof line. Number 3 would be the roof that would be replaced with the shingles. Next slide, please. So here is a back of the envelope drawing that we did that shows that's what the door would look like. Commissioner Miller, you're asking, those are Moody doors. This is a back of the envelope drawing showing what the door would look like. Next one. You've seen this before. It shows you the colors. Next one. This would, extend the colors to the carport. And then the last one is the 5 things that we're looking. Oh, these are the different, I looked at the technical sheet. 100, these are rated for 110 miles an hour. They're fire rated. Class A the same. But these, we're indifferent as to which color they want to pick.
Commissioner Felice, do you have further questions?
Just one more question here. So, the Cyberts could sell this house as is now, and that they could get an escrow and close a deal, and the liability passes to the next buyer?
Yeah, I'm not their lawyer.
I know, but I guess that's
They're
a
relative.
question for you.
I mean, they would know.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Police,
Mr.
that's
Riggs.
correct.
Okay.
Could you clarify? Well, this is not my area of expertise, but my understanding was that I thought a red tag put a hold on like you couldn't close escrow on a red tagged property. Is that you can? Okay.
So you may
Yeah,
be.
and I think on the red tag, they were allowed to finish the roof, but they did a major remodel inside. And
I guess my reason for asking that question is the fact that if we don't get a compromise and what you ask for gets approved by this commission, you may not get what you want because they may just sell the house and you got to wait another couple of years so that this comes back around. It's the question is, how long does this legal battle go on?
Well, you know, we can, either side can appeal to the Board of Supervisors. After that, you're allowed to go to the courts. In fact, the MPC chair said this is a matter for civil litigation.
Yeah. Okay.
I have a question.
Yeah, I'm sorry,
I'd
Embar.
like to clarify. I don't specifically recall offering legal opinions about civil litigation. But
No, this was John Watson
oh,
at
okay.
Embar. And Embar was told they couldn't look at the roof.
Understood.
Okay. I just have a clear, thank you, Joe, not
Okay,
for
thank
you.
you.
Thank you. Before we leave staff, just one question. Mr. Secretary, once again, can you confirm that, one, this is before us de novo?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Sinauer, confirmed.
And can you please confirm that we are acting as we are as MBAR?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, that is correct. You're I guess that's incorrect.
As to the design review, there's also a zoning permit.
Oh, you're wearing two hats today. So you're sitting de novo for the land use entitlement that the director approved through staff, and you're also sitting in as a design review body, which would be MBAR, which is also de novo.
Okay. Regarding our decision vis-a-vis MBAR versus us in this position as MBAR, does it follow back? It was conceptual when it came to us, or was it preliminary? When was the appeal? Where was it at MBAR? At what stage?
Commissioner Sinauer, through the chair, preliminary approval was received.
So it doesn't go back. It does go back.
Yes, it will go back one more time for final approval.
For a final. That was preliminary and final? It was preliminary.
It was only
because they usually slash it, preliminary, final.
Yeah, sometimes for less controversial projects, they will slash it and you can return for preliminary and final. But in this case, they received preliminary and were requested to come back for final approval.
Okay, so in our deliberations, depending on the outcome, it would go back to MBAR either way or not either way?
Either way.
And what would be their purview and their determination criteria? I mean, where would it stand? What do they have to do to, can they approve it then? I mean, I thought we were the approval body.
Commissioner Sinauer, through the chair. Yes, so receiving preliminary approval is basically saying they approve the plans as proposed, which is now what you guys are doing today. The final approval is reviewing the more minute details, so the color scheme, the materials used, the landscaping, things like that. The lighting.
Please continue.
Yeah. So final review is all those details, and so they've already provided preliminary approval. In certain situations, like this one, for example, they need to review it again if your commission were to change a major aspect of the proposal.
And what would could they interface on that and change it from what? No.
No.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
Okay, so I think, oh, sorry, go ahead. Commissioner Kubiak.
Do you have a copy of did MBAR make comments at the time that they issued? Is that possible to bring them up? What were their comments at the time they issued preliminary approval?
Commissioner Kubiak, through the chair, we do have those comments in the package. We can bring them up.
So Mr. Chair and Commissioners, we're still trying to figure out this system here.
Right.
So just a clarification on the process. You're sitting as preliminary review for MBAR. If your actions today do not change from, like if you give specific instructions as far as design, and it goes back to MBAR for final review without any substantial changes, that would not be appealable. But if there's anything that is substantially changed from prelim to final, and it goes back for final, then that action could be appealable. So really, that final review by MBAR is to ensure that what was approved at prelim is effectuated at final on those plans, more detailed construction drawings. Is that clear as mud?
I'm sensing that we are done with questions for the appellant, and now there are questions for the applicant. Commissioner Kubiak.
I'd love there to be some form of happy resolution between the two parties. But, you know, from that, Richard, from your vantage point, I mean, how far are you willing to go in terms of bringing the Moody Cottage back to a more Moody Cottage flavor? Clearly, MBAR wanted color changed. I mean, that was already part of their comment package. You know, to me, I think the worst part of the fitting into the neighborhood scheme seems to be that, and, you know, at least this is just for me, not for everybody else, and the roof. So is there middle ground here?
A little bit. Before the confidential letter was sent to us by Joe Cole, I had a conversation on the telephone with him where he said, if you just change the roof, I'm sure we can come to an agreement. And I said I would be happy to look at that. And then we received the intended confidential agreement or discussion email, and we were instructed not to respond to that, so that we didn't, because we did not respond to that confidential email, that information that was shared to us was not considered confidential. That's why we shared it to you. But I do like the idea of going back to Joe's original communication to me, and that was if we changed the roof and went with MBAR's suggested house color, that we could move forward. And that's what I think is reasonable and fair. I think all of us want to sit back and say, hey, what's reasonable today? What can we impose on these people? You understand our situation that, like Ron's saying, in all likelihood, the Cybers will not be able to implement all these design changes architecturally. There's certain things that we can do. And I think
color would be one of them.
Color, and I'd still like to keep the windows as proposed. I think that to go to a single door to go to a single door and not change the roof line is awkward. We do fill up that space by having the pair of French doors there. But I think that the easiest pathway forward to make the appellants happy would be to address the roof and to address the paint color.
Thank you.
Do you have further questions for the applicant? Commissioner Stahl, what questions do you have for the applicant?
I don't have them.
Commissioner Senhauer, what questions do you have for the applicant?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, can you clarify? I thought there was a point, it was a metal roof, and you changed the project description to change from that to be asphalt. Is that correct, shingles? And then you, okay, just a minute. Can I finish? Okay. And then did you not change it back to a metal? Was there?
We came to this last meeting in front of you with the understanding, hey, if we come with this asphalt shingle roof, that'll make them happy. Let's just make this thing end. And when they disagreed to that, we're like, forget it. Why are we trying to be agreeable to this? That's why we went back to HLAC and changed it back to the metal roof.
Okay. We
Sorry,
disagreed, okay.
Can I answer your question?
Okay, let me ask.
Sure.
Okay. So did you just say that after coming last month to us and us forwarding it to comments to HLAC, you said we're going back to a metal roof when we go back to, because we were not receptive?
No.
What did you,
Okay,
I'm sorry.
I know, I'm sorry. I'm going to try to explain again. Before we came to this meeting last time, we tried to get a resolution with the appellant. And Richard had a conversation with Joe Cole. And Joe said, if you just change the tile roof, put it back, I mean, the metal roof to shingle, we'll drop the appeal. We were very clear that we wanted to know how to make the appeal end. And he said, if you change it, we'll write up a thing and we'll agree. So we changed it. He told me it was 5 days before everything had to be in. Katie knows all the emails I sent her saying if we don't get what his deal is, or that he's agreed to us changing it by the cutoff time you have to put stuff in, we want to go back to our metal roof because we assume we're going to this meeting to end this. So we changed it back. Joe Cole told me his client was out of town. I called Joe many times, text him, where is your client? When is he going to look at our new plan that you told us to do? We put the shingle roof back on, or we did the roof you want. We didn't have a shingle roof ever. So we put it on. So now we have passed the deadline, whatever it is, Monday at 5 or Friday at 5, I don't know. And Joe has still not got back to us. And now our shingle roof was submitted. And I called Joe again, and I was like, what is going on? He's like, my client's still out of town. Okay. Next morning, I wake up, and Bill Babbitt is staring in my window with, I believe, the historian and another gentleman. That's why I wake up too at 8 o'clock in the morning, and I called Joe again. And I said, Joe, I don't think your client's out of town because he's staring in my window. And now the timeline has passed. You told me you'd give me something. And then finally, he sent that letter. And I know, he writes on top confidential. Well, I never said I received his letter because then I don't have a confidential agreement. So I brought the letter to you guys so you can see that this man who said, if you just do this, we'll remove the appeal, got us to do that and then sent us that confidential letter, which I'm not an attorney, but I don't see an end to this. This doesn't end. So he wants to go, it says in there, to the Superior Court. This is what he wants. Read what he sent me.
Can I say one thing?
Yes.
So then, furthermore, subsequently, as they did more studies and they got more and more historians involved, they started to scrutinize more closely and started to suggest other things like changing the window pane color, and then going to this raised eyebrow, and they felt emboldened by you and emboldened by HLAC, and then they started to suggest that we get rid of the flat dormer, and furthermore, maybe just get rid of all the additions that were done with the permit historically and just put it back to what it was. That's kind of what I think that they're trying to take a stand on now.
Thank you.
Commissioner Senard, do you have further questions for the applicant? Commissioner Police, do you have further questions for the applicant?
So if this denial is, or we accept their position, so that puts you in a position where you have to spend a fortune in order to make it the way they want.
We
So,
would have to start over.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's been
Okay.
four
Or sell
years.
the house.
Yeah, or sell the
But,
house.
yeah.
Yeah, okay. You know, I have no other questions. That's good enough for me. Thank
I'm sorry. I don't mean to make you guys keep going back and forth. I apologize. I would be interested in both of your narratives and understanding about we've had a lot of clarification about the timeline of you got your roof permit and then it was red tagged and then, could you walk us through your understanding of that narrative and that timeline? Just
Okay, it's COVID, I'm going to say that. We were in escrow. During escrow, we had a mortgage. Our mortgage company got notified by our insurance company that our loan was not going to go through because the insurance company would not insure our house. That's why the permit has the barber, whoever the owner was. If you look at the permit, it is dated, I think it was said, we closed September 2nd, 2020, and I think the permit was issued in the name of the owner we bought the house from. So I'm opening a giant can of worms on you guys. So that was issued by the owner because it was her house. We had to put the new roof on to close escrow to get the insurance to protect us for the mortgage. The insurance company got the letter that we were going to put the roof on, and they gave us X amount of time. I think it was maybe 60 days, 90 days to get the roof on. We finally closed escrow September 2nd, and we knew we had to put the roof on. So we did the roof. Then while the roof work was going on, that is when somebody just came knocking on the door because one of the neighbors called. When the roof was off, I had the fire department come because there was talk about now are we going to be canceled by our insurance again because there's no egress, there's no way out. Now what? So I had the fire department come again, COVID 2020, and Alex came out and he said, you better get a door out of here. Those windows have to be egress. And it went from there to, we didn't change any doors or windows except the one where it included with the roof. So we didn't want to be canceled by the insurance company. We put the roof on and we knew we had to put a door in. So we put the header up. Somebody came knocking on the door. We put the red tag. The back door was open, which was going to be a door. We didn't even have a pair of doors. That's why we stuck in a window that was a spare window somebody else had on their property. So we have this window there, and that's the one window that got changed because we had to close the house because we were living in it. And here we are. We didn't have a second red tag. We didn't keep working. We had a family of 4 trying to live in this. And I'm just over it, you guys. I don't know what else to say. You can do the timeline. Sorry.
I certainly didn't mean to my questions to take you
Any
to a
other
bad place.
questions
And
I can answer about the timeline?
Yeah.
No.
No, I'm sorry.
Any other questions that you
I
have?
think we
Okay.
Okay, so are we, I'm sorry, Commissioner Kubiak, did you have further questions or? No, okay. So now let's go to deliberations and just everyone should have discretion to say and offer up comments on what they want. It is 1:40 now. I'm sorry, 12:40. Sorry, 12:40 now. If I would like to try and wrap this up by 1, and if we can't, then I think we should talk about potentially taking a lunch break.
Want to start this way this time?
Yeah, let's
Give Bob a chance.
Yeah,
Yeah,
let's
we'll let the
go.
architect end. I've heard enough for me to propose, if during his deliberation, the idea that that the modification, the $25,000 or $35,000 redo of the roof, and an approval of a new and a more softer color throughout the whole structure, that I don't believe they need to change those windows, because I just don't think it's necessary. Because I don't think, even though the Moody cottage is very critical, there is, they were around 100 years ago. So maybe they might have also considered different windows 100 years later. And maybe they could have matched the old ones. But I'm happy with that modification, because I believe this family needs some relief. And I think them spending another additional $35,000 for a roof is enough, and the paint. So that's where I stand.
Commissioner Stenhour, do you have deliberative comments?
I'll defer. Thank you.
Commissioner Stahl, do you have deliberative comments?
Just that I still have concerns about this setting a precedent that could be used for future changes made to other Moody cottages, other things of that nature, and especially in that neighborhood, and that remains a concern, if the roof is not changed back to the way it was.
Commissioner Kubiak, your mic, sorry. This is my comment of the day.
Just as an anecdotal, I don't know if Femina had to leave. In terms of retroactive things, of being re-reviewed by his landmark bodies, I don't know if anybody have driven up to Pasadena, but I'm the architect that renovated the Santa Barbara Museum of Art. When that building was built in 1917, finished in 1917, it had a twin. There is an exact replica of that museum built as the post office in Pasadena. And it was decided after the earthquake by the Pearl Chase movement to Mediterraneanize Santa Barbara that about 75% of the detail was stripped from that building. If you go and see this building, you will be shocked. Can I make a complaint that all of that work that was done in the 1940s to desecrate a fabulous piece of historic architecture was wrong and should be remedied in some way? I mean, all of this is slippery slope area in terms of, how you decide how to apply, I think that, I don't want to be putting myself in the position of the Moody sisters. I don't know whether a double door or a single door. I mean, certainly one thing's cuter than the other. I mean, it's just, I'm going to agree that I think this is an unfortunate set of circumstances. I think that, I feel bad that that permit for the roof got issued. I think if it had been reviewed, there would have been a much more robust conversation about where this project headed out. But we do have an applicant that, got red tagged, remedied the red tag, got the roof permit. It's a bad situation all the way around, but I'm going to agree with Ron. I think that, in order to kind of get most of the way there, I think if the owner is willing to change the roof and go back to MBAR and choose an appropriate roof material and color and an appropriate color for the building that's acceptable, I would be willing to condition this project based upon those two issues and let them move forward.
I think we're going to have further conversation about some of the technical aspects of what we are going to approve or not approve, maybe at the end of this, but sure. I take them. In terms of my comments, this is an unfortunate and ambiguous situation, and I don't like the range of opportunities in front of us. I take architectural preservation in Montecito very seriously. when Steve Jobs in, where it is, Cupertino, went through the process to rip down a George Washington Smith house. I took great pride in the idea that that would never happen here. And that, and then that's the situation. So it is our job to be in that role. But I'm not an expert in this, and I don't have a lot of insights as to whether paint color is more important than door design, is more important than roof type in terms of what preserves architectural elements of it. And so I want to be humble and modest in my own decision-making on this. And in that regard, I am inclined to refer to HLAC as the body that is here to offer up those comments. If I've heard these comments, if I've heard the analysis of this correctly, is that HLAC's comments, while advisory, can be applied to the non-permitted parts of this, which unfortunately doesn't include the roof. And so while I'm not sure this is an outcome that any of either the applicants or the appellants would like, my bias is to take the HLAC recommendations and apply them as the synthesis of all of the historians that have weighed in on this topic and apply it to those elements that it can be applied to and not those elements that have already been permitted. Commissioner Senauer, do you have comments?
Thank you. Yes. I concur, Chair, with your comments regarding HLAC. HLAC is a significant review body, even though it's advisory. It holds historic, it holds what we have in our community very, very importantly, that historic merit and eligibility for same is of great importance, and that's their review capability and their advisory. I think my thought on this is to see this as eligible, both the neighborhood, the two streets, Periwinkle and the other Moody Street, Rosemary, I believe, as historic. Pardon? In any case, Moody, okay, Moody architecture. And I think it's imperative that we keep this to mind next time we get this conflict between historic and an applicant who has, you know, their wishes to proceed in a certain way. I think my concern is in the findings. I cannot make the findings that, and it's important to zero in on the findings, I believe. And I think trying to zero in on the one that I cannot find that there will be harmony of color, composition, and material on all sides of the structure. I cannot find that in that whole recitation. So that's, I believe, 2.1.3. And I cannot find that there is limited number of materials on the exterior face of the structure. And I think the other thing is public views, et cetera. I think Post Hazelton said, well, you can't see it. Is that, you can't see the roof really because of the screen in front. And I think just because you can't visualize doesn't mean you should sacrifice the integrity of a eligible historic merit structure. So I support HLAC's review and their guidance and recommendations as an advisory body. And I do believe that the roof, if the material, if the permit is de facto accepted and approved for the roof, I think we can offer a different Class A roof, which the applicant did go back to and then changed again. And if that could be recovered, I think in appropriate colors for the pastels of the house, including the garage area and the carport, which is painted all black, and the black metal roof, I would like to propose as far as conditions that we accept HLAC's advisory memo. And I would like to include the roof material as asphalt, where the previous project description so said.
So, Mr. Wilson, if I could, I think, synthesize the comments that we've heard, is we've had two commissioners expressing an interest to try and change the roof, which is appropriately permitted, but to approve the other items largely, maybe changing paint color. And then you've had two commissioners that have expressed a desire to address the red tagged elements. Could you walk us through what we are able to kind of make changes on now versus what we would need to kind of we are not able to either decide or we would have to turn down to, earlier there was a conversation of if the applicant has submitted an application for a puppy and we're saying we want you to have a goat, that we have to get them to redo the application. We can't just say we approve a goat. They have to come back and apply for a goat for us to say we want a goat. Yes, that's rather metaphorical, but that's how I understood it. So,
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I'm going to keep using your metaphor. I think what I've heard from the commission is a variation on different goats. What I've heard, there's a couple commissioners that have indicated that they could get to approval, but not as the project is proposed. Other commissioners have indicated that they would support like the HLAC recommendations with a little bit more clarifications. In either of those scenarios, what I'm hearing is that the commission today can't approve the project as proposed. So where does that leave us? Options are the applicant could voluntarily agree to change the project description to include those aspects of what the commissioners feel would help them make the findings that it's consistent with the historical nature of the area or the property. Or the commission could say, we can't make those findings, even if you make those changes, let's say for the HLAC, or the applicant doesn't want to make those changes, then we would come back with findings for denial. However, I would remind the commission that this is action is to cure a violation. So the applicant needs some direction on what a curable action would be. And if that is follow HLAC recommendations and be specific on colors and windows and door heights, then that would be direction to them to say that we could approve a project if it includes these elements, because then we can make those findings.
my question to you is that if we take HLAC's findings but exempt everything that is not within the category of red tag, so specifically the material of the roof, and we're only dealing with the red tag items, but we are insisting upon the application of HLAC's recommendations as it relates to red tagged items. Is that a puppy or is that a goat?
So where it becomes a goat is wherever HLAC provides a recommendation that is inconsistent with the project description.
But the project description, okay, so that we are still need to fall within the criteria of the job description, even if it was red tagged. I understand if it's already been permitted, why that is definite goat country. But if it's red tagged and it earlier termed as at risk, what
So-
is our different discretion there?
So, Mr. Chair, and I think council's getting ready to help me out. So, Mr. Chair, your purview today is a de novo review of design and the entitlement. The applicant has proposed a project description that they feel meets the requirements to cure the violations. Your role then is to weigh that information and the evidence provided and make a determination whether or not you feel the project as proposed meets you can make the findings and that it cures the violations. So if you can't do either one of those, then it's within your discretion to say we can't make the findings, but we could make the findings if you do X, Y, and Z, and that would be an approvable project for the commission. And that would give them direction on how they could cure the violation. Otherwise, you end up into a whirlpool of they have to cure it, but they don't have any path forward to cure it. So we need to provide direction on what that path would be.
Commissioner Stahl, you had a question.
I just have a clarification for you, Marshall. When you refer to HLAC, as far as I know, there's two different HLAC documents. One was the original one where they were told not to consider the roof, and then the latest one with the 7-0 vote, they did include the roof. So I think when we're discussing it, I mean, I'd rather know which one you're referring to.
So I'm referring to the second memo, but acknowledging that while they have a recommendation regarding the roof material, that the roof material has been a permitted item. And that it's, okay, I mean, that was my.
Okay, well, let me ask you this
Can we
question.
ask staff to bring up the first HLAC memo?
So, okay, staff will bring out that first HLAC memo. Commissioner Pleche.
I'm going to ask you this. Given what we know from this HLAC requirement, doesn't the roof have to come off anyway to create the lower wall height?
Part of the roof would have to come
Yeah,
off.
so there's
to
no,
lower it,
there's,
but
so there's, yeah, so there's probably no way this family is going to do that. So our decision is going to predetermine that this is going to be stalled out till somebody else buys it because they can't afford to do it. So we have to realize the reality of what we're asking and make sure that's what we want to do. Because we're going to punt this again. It's going to take a while. And if I can honor your choice and your decision what you want to do, but it's not going to be anything in the near term that you're going to get what you want. But you may eventually satisfy the Moody syndrome and change it in a couple of years from now. Because you're not going to get anything done now, because they can't afford to spend $200,000 to fix this thing. No, the roof itself is about $30,000, but to change everything that HLAC's putting forth is hundreds of thousands. I mean, it's going to be a lot, 6 figures, $100,000. But it's a lot. Then you got to go through the permit process and all the things that goes about it, which is, I'm just saying, I think we got to realize that we're not being.
That's,
What, Bob? Go ahead.
What I've been trying to do before is to determine where they were in the process and what's been approved, what's not been approved, what roads have they been sent down. I mean, like I said, part one, issuing the roof permit without knowing what you were doing by the building department, we're going to remedy that somehow. We're going to figure out how to make sure that that doesn't happen again. But if you tell a client, you instruct the team of people that are designing a project that this is the process. Even, I don't like people who get red tagged, but you're told what to do. You hire a consultant. I mean, I can't really, in good conscience, invalidate the post-Hazeltine report. Developers drag 3 different historians in to see that they're going to get the answer that they want. And we may not like that, but it's the county that determines who those consultants are. I hire somebody that the county tells me to go and hire.
I don't disagree with you. I think we have
So, I
a
mean-
series of historians that are purporting to expertise, and I have no reason to doubt any of them.
But there's a
And so the
punitive component to this.
The synthesis element of it comes from HLAC, in my mind.
No.
I am not going to, I am not going to offer Marshall Miller's take as to who is the correct historian, as to what is significant or
If
not.
it were my house, I'd be looking for the county to pony up about 50 grand to put a new roof on the building, because it's not, you know.
Okay, that is
Sorry.
a novel direction to take this hearing. Why don't we?
Novel direction.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, just to bring us back to center. So I think the discussion and deliberation that might be helpful with deliberation is we can pull up. I think the second HLAC memo is going to be more beneficial for deliberation. And the commission could look at that and have a deliberation on whether or not there are certain asks by the HLAC requests.
What's the difference between the first and second
This,
memo?
the first one's vague. The second
So
one,
I want to see the first one.
okay, I'll bring them both up,
Okay.
Chair, if that's what you would like.
That's what I would like.
Okay,
But also they
Former
didn't
chair.
ever consider the roof
3 years ago.
on the first
So we'll bring up both letters, but I think that's the discussion. My recommendation, Chair and Commissioners, is to look at the HLAC letters and try to parse out where there could be some agreements or not. All right.
Let's bring up the letter. Yes. I exercise my chair's discretion to bring that letter up.
Thank you, Jeffrey.
You know, it'd be cool if we could do it on both screens. It's the same on both screens, Chair. And would you know, that's a test.
Yeah.
You can read it twice.
This is a different, the memo that I was thinking of is a one-page memo from Keith Kaufman Gray. And it doesn't look like this.
That's not the full thing.
Okay.
So Chair and Commissioners, I could bring what you're looking at are the minutes from the first.
Right.
So we do have that memo that I can bring up that's more specific.
I would personally find that helpful.
Sure.
What? Yes, it was. So this is the memo to the Planning Commission from HLAC. So this is the second one we're referring to, and these are the specific comments.
There's a page 2, correct?
No. What's confusing is that the appellant took these and then expanded them out to 9 bullet points. That is a 2-page memo.
Okay.
I think it was.
Yeah, I mean,
Windows,
the last
doors,
item
roof
appears
plate.
in the
See,
second
roof
memo.
plate's in that thing. See, it's in
Where's
there.
that at?
But that's the second memo.
Right, but I mean, which one he just said,
Well, the second memo happens after the fact of all of this brouhaha.
But it's what we asked them to do. At the last meeting, we threw it back to 8.
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, hold on one second.
Can I ask you an architectural question? If we do the single door and 2 side lights, like was in it was in one of their examples of another Moody cottage.
It'll become a goat. That's the
No,
problem.
but doesn't that use the same space? But it would be architecturally compatible.
I don't know. They're pushing the door further away and then punching another window. I mean, I don't know. You could probably get away with some minor stuff.
I thought that a single door with 2 side lights.
Well, they got to
is
rip the roof
same.
off. They got to take the framing out because the whole thing is shed up. So they want to get rid of that shit.
Why are we tied to the second one versus the first one? David said we should be listening to the H line.
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, this goat is running rapid all over the place and needs to eat. So here is, so these are the minutes from the HLAC from September 13th, 2021. This is the information that we have. So this is, when we refer to the first HLAC comments, it's in the minutes, and this is where they are. The second set of comments that we're talking about were a memo to the Montecito Planning Commission from the chair dated March 14th, 2024. So these are the second set of comments from the second hearing that we are presenting to the commission.
So these comments they are consistent. Would it be an accurate summarization, and I would be interested in staff's opinion on this, is that the first set of comments and the second set of comments are consistent with each other, but one has greater detail and illumination to them than the second one expands further upon the, well, are there different elements in them, or is it kind of, I read the first one as the short version, and I read the second one as the extended comment version, but that they are consistent with each other. Is that inaccurate? Are there new elements brought in?
Mr. Chair, I would agree with your statement. The first one is a little bit more unique because it's the minutes, so it's someone summarizing what was discussed. The second one is a direct memo from the chair where they do provide a little bit more detail in terms of what they think is appropriate. So I would agree with your initial thought that they're overall the same comments, but the second one has more details.
The second one has item number 4.
Correct.
Which did not have before.
Correct.
Thank you.
So yeah, and I'll specify when I mean more details, I do also mean item number 4, which is HLAC supports adding a new single door. That was not discussed at the first review.
I guess my question is the middle paragraph of the first set of comments inclusive of the door, but not calling it out specifically, or is this really just a whole new element?
Mr. Chair, yeah.
I would like to run us. Sorry, Mike, please, I'm sorry.
I saw this drawing come up with the yellow, little yellow diagram of a single window in the same space rather than in a door. Historians should not be architects. We're turning the goat. We've gone from the dog to the goat, and now we're going to go to the sheep.
Okay.
I just don't see that as an improvement to the existing. I understand the other sketch, with a little roof line, but to punch one out and put another one in the same expanse of the roof raise just doesn't seem to me to be an appropriate solution, to solve that particular problem.
Okay, what I'd like to do now, with the concurrence of the commissioners, is I think we should, having talked about it, reviewed the memos, let's run through what your model version of a motion would look like. Kind of, what are the elements you would like to see in a memo, in a motion? And then I'd like us to just identify where we have congruence and where we have disagreement, because I think that'll help us drive towards a vote and a solution. Is everyone in agreement with that as an approach?
Sure.
Okay. So with that, I'm going to go back to starting with Mr. Kubiak and working left to right.
Change the roof and repaint the building. An appropriate color. Go back to M-bar, choose the appropriate roof material. We'll condition this that in this asphalt, I don't think it's probably fiberglass if it's getting an hour rating, but the appropriate composition roof and color as approved by M-bar be the condition.
Chair, sorry. I'm just going to start with that.
Yeah, Mr. Wilson, please go ahead.
So you're sitting as M-bar, so it won't go back to M-bar. So my direction is pick a color today and then that would be the direction, because you are MBAR, so we're not going back to MBAR. It's on appeal to you. So if you want to change the roof, we'd go to ask the applicant, will you change the roof?
I didn't bring my swatch book today.
No, so if MBAR picked a color, then just go with that color.
Yeah,
But pick a color today,
you
please.
can tell me I'm on the Lakers, but I'm
Please.
still not going to hit the 3-point shot here. I ain't here to pick colors. So
Did MBAR pick a color? Then that's
What color was that?
Commissioner
MBAR has
Kubiak through the
chosen a
chair.
color and approved.
That's correct. MBAR at the last, when they provided preliminary approval, they did provide a recommended color.
And did they approve a roof material?
No,
They weren't allowed
That's
to.
right.
Got
Okay.
it.
Well,
but they do have the color.
So we've heard from Commissioner
Right,
Kubiak. These are your thoughts as to what
My
this a motion should look like. Commissioner Stahl, what are your thoughts about what a motion should look like?
I could agree with Commissioner Kubiak's compromise, the roof and the paint color.
Commissioner Senauer.
I would, so the roof color or the roof material?
Specify what you would like to
okay.
see in a motion.
Okay. I would like to see a Class A roof, non-metal, and shingles, asphalt shingles to approximate a moody cottage feel. Regarding the increase in plate height, which is before us because it's right, if the roof is changed, the plate height should come down with the eyebrow treatment if they want. Whatever door they put in that fits is fine, but I think if we are to cure the plate height issue, we need to address it in this, correct? Yes. So it's just not the roof, the roof was predicated on no plate height increase. So that has to be addressed. Trim, I think black is inappropriate, and I did ask at our last here, the applicant if they would consider changing the black trim, and they said no. So I would like to recommend a compatible, soft, contrast paint on the black, just no. Okay, that is inappropriate. And as far as windows, the window on the northwest side definitely has to go, and it has to be appropriate for egress, like the fire department said. And the shed or the carport should in fact have a change also. I think it's inclusive in the descriptive that it's both the rear and the home that we're talking about, the roof. I don't think plate height was changed when the roof was put on the back, so I don't think that's part of it. So those, and then following the HLAC recommendations or advisory guidance.
Commissioner Police, what is your kind of elements of a motion you would like to see?
I'm more I'm more in favor of the proposal that our architect, Bob Kubiak, and our newest commissioner, Ms. Stahl, has said, and I agree with them. I think that gets us to a point where this homeowner can do that, and we could end this debacle and move on. However, it does sacrifice some of the originality of the Moody tradition. I understand that, but I think adjusting that plate height just triggers a bunch of other things that's going to be really beyond this particular homeowner's ability to do, and not that their financial business is our business, but I still want a solution, and I think that I'm in favor of what Mr. Kubiak and Ms. Stahl proposed.
I am, my ideal memo would actually leave in place the metal roof, but would require the correction of the roof height and the color palette choices and the windows, because those are the elements that were red tagged. I take Mr. Kubiak's, or Commissioner Kubiak's comments seriously, that if this was permitted, we may not like it, but that's them's the breaks. That's how this process has to work. But I think I'm in a minority on that of one. And so, although that is my personal preference as to where to take this, I would encourage, I think we have something close to a 3-vote consensus around a series of items that, of what we would like to see. If I understand correctly from Mr. Wilson, that the process of getting us there would be either a continuation or a denial of the permit or an approval of the appeal, such that we would be turning down the current project but giving guidance as to the project we would say yes to.
So, Mr. Chair, just clarification, based on, I think, where we're at today, if the applicant voluntarily amended their project description today, and there's clarification on the color of the shingles and agreement on what the color of the house is going to be, the applicant could voluntarily make those changes today. Staff could amend the project description so that everybody understands what we're voting on, and then we wouldn't have to continue it or go for denial, because then it would be the project as revised today.
How long does a project revision take? I don't.
So what we're asking for is really changing the project description and adding a shingle roof with a color on it and clarifying what color the house is going to be. Everything else is going to stay the same. So it's minor change.
House and trim.
The house and trim. So that's a minor change. We could do that either on a break. We could do that on a lunch break. But we just need the applicants to agree to it. If the applicants do not agree to it, then we're going to have a conversation about having recommended findings for denial.
Okay. So I think we owe it to the applicants, before we ask them yes or no, for us to be incredibly precise about what we are asking, how we revise it. And so I'd like us to take a few, while I respect HLAC, their vagueness in their first, I wish to avoid that vagueness coming from us. So, I think what I'd like to do is have us draft, to continue and butcher this metaphor, draft kind of the nature of what we want the goat to look like. That I think we have a 3-vote group that's going to get there. And so perhaps we start with you, Commissioner Kubiak, about what are the elements you would like to see in a request for a project revision.
Since Mr. Wilson would like us to be very specific, can you bring up that's the image, the roof materials, that board? There it is.
Could we just say the whole board? Like
Yeah, it's
anything
really
on the,
hard to.
okay.
You know, I mean, this is kind of like throwing darts, because, you know, we're trying to pick a color off of a computer screen.
Yeah, this is.
I mean, it's very difficult to say, you know, if I don't have the color of the paint, you know, I mean, we would be looking at all of these things together in order to make a determination of what color that would be appropriate and best fits with that paint color and with that, you know, I mean, if I've got a kind of creamy white building and you know, just black windows, it's all the trim is, you know, is white. If you scroll down a little bit. What's the white color that they approved? Yeah.
Oh, it's in there. It's in the M bar.
Can you scroll down so we see the bottom of those images as well?
Commissioners, just as a reminder, MBAR approved a soft white.
Yeah, he's soft white. Yeah, they didn't actually choose a color.
Yeah, they did.
Soft white. Oh, there it is. You're right.
Sherwin-Williams,
Sherwin-Williams.
something or another.
Incredible white. Well, we know what that looks like. But I mean, I don't, it's kind of a gray roof, not a black roof.
I am comfortable with, despite what staff has advised me, I'm going to be difficult here. I am comfortable with these are the four, pick your favorite. I'm not, it's not, I'm not.
The four, the three.
Okay, or three. I'm just,
Looks like there's a little bit more red. Want to just do it? Country gray. Country gray, presidential shakes.
okay, let's, for the purposes of moving on, okay, incredible,
Richard?
country gray. Well, no, country, I want us to put together before we start asking the applicants, I don't want to go item by item. I want to give them everything that we're asking, and then for them to be able to respond item by item to us. And so, I'm sorry.
No, trim.
Trim, okay. So, well, let's get Mr. Kubiak's items. So we've got incredible white on the building. We've got country gray
The way
on the
that
roof.
I'm looking at the elevations of the building, I think it's just all incredible white.
No, but
The battens and the trim are all part of that.
I think she's talking about the window trims.
I'm talking about the trim to the windows that are black now.
Well, just knowing what they are, because those are like metal
I know.
prefabricated windows, it's almost impossible to paint them. I mean,
Okay.
I'm trying.
No, okay, so we've got, we have a roof that is country gray, a paint that is incredible white. On those two elements, we have three, we have a yes vote from you, Commissioner Kubiak. We have a yes vote from you, Commissioner Stahl. We have a yes vote from you, Commissioner Police. We are going to get to the subject of window trim, but we are a yes vote on these two elements as of, okay. Now there's the question of window, of the black on the windows. Is this an item we wish to request? And I want to poll votes. Commissioner Kubiak?
No.
No. Commissioner Stahl?
I'm okay with it.
You're okay with the black window?
Yeah.
Okay.
I cannot support a black window.
Okay, you're not supporting a black window. Commissioner Police?
What are our options?
To ask them to paint the metal frame of the window to a softer color that I'm sure we're going to have to choose.
I'm not an architect, so I can't attest to that. I don't know.
Okay, do we have a picture of an example of
Bring up
these
the-
beloved windows?
I'm a civil engineering contractor.
Preach, brother, preach. Yeah,
I don't think it's wood.
What?
I don't think they're wood.
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, this is existing conditions. So I think what Mr. Kubiak is saying is that it appears that everything's already, like when you look at the trim right here. Oh, these are temporary?
It would appear to me that we have a window example from the northern elevation where the window is black, but I don't, okay.
Well, can I, since we don't know what material is, can I ask the owner a question? Richard, what is the window made out of?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, could we have you come to the mic, please? Thanks.
This is what was approved by the MBAR, by the way.
So they're all wood windows?
They're the old windows, so we're replacing them.
Well,
I don't think it said if.
we're adding a few windows.
Mhm.
But furthermore, I think that if we're going to go, if we might need to have county leniency if we want to
Have metal windows.
No.
Oh.
If we want to have a window true to the era, it would be a true divided light. And when we do a true divided light window, it changes the way that it's built, and it has a harder time complying with Title 24. So we would like to do a TM cob, which is more of a traditional window, which is a wood window for any of the new windows that we're proposing. and those could be painted whatever color. So there, I don't,
Oh, and sorry, and post Hazeltine, right from the get-go, said we had to, I don't see where that window is on the side of the door.
that's on the,
Different elevation,
west
but there's
elevation.
the window, the front window, the side window by the front door. They picked the side window. We couldn't change, and we had to make all our windows like that window. That's what we were approved for, because of the
That's all right, but all the windows
the
are
divides.
wood windows.
Sorry?
They are wood windows, everything.
Yeah, I don't
wood
even
windows.
know if it says either one, but we were gonna do wood.
Okay.
Then they're paintable.
They are
Yes.
paintable.
They are
Yeah,
paintable.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
It might have more of a sheen on it if it were to be, you paint your trim, it has a different sheen sometimes than the flat on the body of the house.
Okay, so where I want to take this conversation is that given a better understanding that these are new windows coming in, we are seemingly approving the windows, that is there an expectation around color?
I do not have a problem if the windows are wood, that the windows would be painted a different color, because they could be painted. I mean, they're
Okay.
not a metal prefabricated window. You can paint a wood window on the outside.
So, Commissioner Stahl, do you have a desire to specify window color?
The trim?
Trim, yeah, window
It's really-
trim.
It's the window itself.
Okay.
Oh, because of the,
It's the mullions and the frame of the window.
The wood part of the windows. In terms of, HLAC has expressed concern about the use of the color black as it relates to the woody parts of the window, whatever the appropriate term is. That's how I'm going to characterize it from this point forward. Do you believe that this is something we should be speaking to? And if yes, would you like to pick a color? And I'm polling for votes. Commissioner Kubiak.
I think a less stark color would be more
Okay.
appropriate to the flavor of the Moody cottages. I do not possibly know how we would pick a color here today.
I am not an advocate for the color picking process that we are in, but apparently this is something we have to do. So, but let's get the polls for, Commissioner Stahl, are you in favor of picking a color for the woody part of a window?
I'm not in favor of doing that, but I would say, anything compatible with the gray roof, or I'll defer to Commissioner Senauer on her thoughts on the trim.
Commissioner, Chair Miller, I'm hoping this may help. Since we're respecting the comments from other boards, MBAR approved the color scheme that you saw in those pictures. So if you wanted to feel comfortable with the fact that MBAR approved that, you could just defer to the color that they approved.
The challenge I face with that, at least for myself, is that HLAC specifically called it out as a negative, although HLAC seems to have agreed with the selection of MBAR's color of white. And so I'm
just providing you a
no,
path to.
I appreciate that.
Because
So I'm
very, very subjective thing we're doing here.
you're okay. Commissioner Senauer, do you have an opinion on window color?
I do.
Okay,
Not black.
not black. Okay.
Okay.
And so you would like to see that?
An appropriate, subtle contrast color to the body of both structures.
Thank you, Commissioner Senauer. Commissioner Police.
I think it being not black pretty well rules out most of the trouble. So an appropriate color, whatever that means, works for me.
Okay.
Can we hold on 1 second? Jeff is going to bring up the little picture first.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Don't we have it on the?
Commissioners, another idea? Okay.
Yeah.
We could say not black, an appropriate trim color, and let MBAR make the final decision.
If we can Sorry, if you're letting us defer this to MBAR, I would pick the roof color and all of this and send it back. Like if MBAR gets to choose this stuff.
Okay, I'm just trying
No,
to
no,
help
I'm
because,
taking what you're saying
again,
and running with it.
okay.
What I'm struggling with this picture is that it's a not white house with white window trim. So like, this is, Mr. Wilson, I appreciate you bringing it up. I'm sorry. That was not, my goal was not to be critical. I'm not sure how to, so Mr. Wilson, perhaps were you suggesting that we take the house color and put it on the windows so we invert the? I appreciate your working
Mr. Chair?
efforts, Mr. Wilson. Commissioner Police.
If we say it cannot be black, and it has to be what is acceptable to MBAR, whatever it is, that trim of the window, let's let that, isn't that limiting ourselves enough?
If I'm there with you. So staff is conferring. When they finish conferring, I would like to direct the question to staff of,
Okay.
even though we are approving this sitting as MBAR, I would suggest that we are not MBAR in terms of being talented at color selection, and that, well, with the exception of Commissioner Kupiak. I did not mean to be professionally insulting to your color palette.
And non-black.
And non-black. So, so if we can refer this to MBAR specifically, it is a primary specifically associated with color selection. Get us out of the color selection business. Other than that, it is on to final. Is that I would direct the question to staff of, do we have the discretion to?
Mr. Chair, here's the thing. Here's the issue I'm having. Sorry. I know this goat is like getting like really, it's like a Frankenstein goat. When it goes back to MBAR, my concern is there can't be substantial changes from today to when it goes back for final. If there are, it could be appealable. So we could be right back here again if the appellants don't like the window trim. So I would recommend us narrow down these colors today, and then it's clear for everybody. So if we could just can we just take a 5-minute break, please?
I appreciate what you're asking, Mr. Wilson. What I would really like to do, though, is take a 5-minute break where we send this to the applicants to talk and review, and then take the 5-minute or potentially take a 20-minute break to revise. So how about this? If we are in agreement on this, we ask the applicant for their color choice in a non-black palette, and then we will, are we good with that? Now, are there any other elements that we want to be putting to their request at this time? So we've got the changing the roof, we've got painting the house, we have painting the windows.
They're not changing the plate height. I get no support for that. Is that right?
Do we have? That's correct. Okay, I do, but it's a 3-2. You and I will lose on that vote. So is there anything else that we are? Okay, with that, I think do we need to write this up? Or
So, Mr. Chair, while we're chasing this goat around, maybe I'm being too flippant with that, but staff's revising the project description right now. So let's take a 10, 15-minute break, get this color worked out. We'll come back, show you a revised project description, get the applicant to agree to it, and then take a motion.
Could we bring the applicant up and to just kind of pose the question of, are we in general in the right place? Give them a chance to then revise the project description in a way that would be up for a vote today. So, Mr. and Mrs. Seibert, do you understand? You've heard a powerfully deliberative process here.
Yeah, now I know why I've been confused.
Are the elements clear in terms of what we are asking in a way that is useful to
Yes, and I just want to say I will pick any window color that doesn't make me have another appeal.
Fair enough. So with that, so you all are good with going to a process of revising the project description at this point?
Can I just say something real quick?
Sure.
So, I think that we've kind of found a reasonable agreement which we can all live with. And I appreciate all of your time and taking so long. And we're fine with the white on white. What I would really like to hear from the appellants is the Cybirds have agreed to these different elements. We're not going to go back and continue to, if we knew that that was at least the theme of what their intent, their agreement is, then we're fine to go forward with white on white, the gray roof that was chosen, and we're fine to move forward. But we just, this process still makes me nervous that we're going to get dragged around and end up in court. So I just I understand, but I'd like to understand from the appellants that we're doing our best to come to a middle grounds here. And I think the biggest issue was the roof.
May I suggest that that's probably best done ex parte? Because
that's fine.
we're not able to, as a board, have any
Well, they could
enforcement
also
to that.
tell you as well. They could come up and say that they're kind of in agreement to the large extent with what you've come up with. They may
Okay,
not, but I would make us feel so much more comfortable, doing the roof permits and all the things that we're going to be involved with, the architectural changes that are going to happen just to show up. These are all like huge costs and time.
And I very much appreciate that. Mr. Wilson, did you have a comment you wanted to make?
Mr. Chair, I think.
You just.
Mr. Chair, as much as I appreciate what the applicants are trying to do, we just needed them to agree to this or not. Otherwise, we'll come back with findings for denial. So if the applicants will agree to these changes, I think we can come back with a revised project description and get to a motion. Otherwise, we're going to go down a different path. So really, applicants, it's on you to agree to it.
We're in agreement.
Yeah.
Okay. So with that, may I suggest we take a 20-minute break, or what is an appropriate amount of time here? Well, I mean, I want to give everybody time to write it up and pick a right color and all that. So I don't.
Mr. Chair, I think we're almost there. So 10 minutes.
Okay, a 10-minute break. I'd like to bring this meeting back into session. And I'd like to ask staff to present a revised project description.
Okay.
Staff, are we putting it in the spot? I don't mean to do that.
No,
Oh,
no.
okay.
Mr. Chair and Commission. Okay, so we have a minor revision to the project description, and we're just including some specific details regarding the color of the roof as well as the main residence. So the addition is in red on the screen, and I'll read it into the record. The proposed roof material of the residence and carport will be max def Shenandoah. No. Asphalt shingles with the windows painted Swiss coffee white. The residence and the carport will be repainted Sherman-Williams Incredible White, SW number 7028.
Oh, I see.
So
that's the title, okay.
So just as a point of clarification, is Max Def Shenandoah the same thing as Cottage Gray? I mean, I don't have strong opinions on this, but I just want to make sure that we're consistent.
We're looking at the shake, the colors were, a variable based on color.
Mike, please.
If the seabirds are okay with these two colors.
Could you turn on your mic? I'm sorry.
I am on. There was discussion up there, looking at a bunch of different images and paint swatches. If the seabirds are okay with this color palette, I think it's very consistent with Moody Sister architecture. I think it's fine.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner, I think, sorry, the question was, is Shenandoah a gray?
Shenandoah's the roof. Yeah.
Is it?
When we adjourned, there had been a request for a cottage gray roof.
It is
we
a-
now have a Max Def Shenandoah roof. I don't have strong opinions on this matter. I just wish to make sure that we haven't lost some consistency.
Yes, it is a gray roof.
Everyone
and
is in
it's less-
agreement.
It's less black, so it's
okay,
a lighter
okay.
gray.
Great. And we're sure it's a Schedule A material, sorry.
A Class A.
Or Class A material. Okay, excellent. Okay. Does anybody else have, Commissioner Kubiak, do you have any questions about this revision?
I do not.
Commissioner Stahl, do you have any questions about this revision?
No, I do.
Commissioner Senauer, do you have any questions about this revision? Commissioner Police, do you have any? Okay. In understanding that, do I need to open a revision up for public comment?
Mr. Chair, we do want the applicants to come up to the microphone and only say yes or no to these revisions.
Okay, but, well, okay, can we ask the applicants to please come to the microphone?
They don't need to public comment on the revisions, right? No. Yeah. No, we don't. So, Chair.
Yes.
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 Thank you both very much. Appreciate it. So I apologize. Mr. Pettit and Mr. Wilson, do we need to, before I go to a motion to approve, do I need to open this up to public comment?
Mr. Chair, it's within your discretion to hear from, it's really the appellant at this point, but it would be within your discretion. Otherwise, you could proceed with the project description as revised.
It's with the appellant, I'm sorry. Further guidance as to what.
Mr. Chair, we heard primarily from the appellant today, so you could reopen to hear, but I believe it'd be within your discretion to hear from the appellant, which is who has primarily provided testimony on this project today. Otherwise, you can proceed with the project description as revised.
So short answer is you don't have to. You could move forward with a motion.
Let's have 2 minutes from the appellant, and then we will look for a motion, move for a motion. Okay, thank you. In that case, I would entertain a motion to approve.
Okay, just Can
Oh, I'm sorry.
Secretary Wilson, can I have clarification on the appeal? What's before us is deny the appeal on one count, okay, recommendations. Are we just with the project? I'm trying to figure out what we're approving, okay? Clear, are we dealing with the appeal on those two levels? The MBAR and entitlement? Or are we denying the appeal? Or are we approving the project? How do we read this?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, thank you. I put recommended actions on there. There is a corrected date on the memo. So the action or the motion would be to deny the appeals and approve the project as revised today.
Okay.
So we need to make all 5 of these findings or just the first 2?
Chair, yeah. Chair and Commissioners, yes. We need to update some of those dates. That's correct. So that will be today's date, March 20th. Correct. And then number 2 will also be today's date as modified by today's date, March 20th. And we do have findings for approval that is the correct date. And then we're going back to shingles, which was originally approved on February 21st. So number 5, that date is also correct.
Okay. So I would entertain a motion from the commission for approval of these findings.
I would make the motion to approve these findings, to deny the appeal, and approve the revised project description as exhaustively agreed to today.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Villalobos, can we have a roll call vote?
Can we have discussion?
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Discussion.
I would just like to add to my previous comments that I don't believe the project is exempt from CEQA as evidenced, as purported in the staff memo findings. Okay, it's just an add.
I would agree with that.
Thank you.
How can we reflect that?
Well, we have a motion that, I'm sorry, we have a motion that is saying that it is in compliance with CEQA. We are going to have a vote that's going to either find that or not. Right. If you don't believe it's in compliance with CEQA, then you would probably vote against it. But
Why are we doing this?
okay. I'm sorry. Yeah. Let's. Okay. May I entertain a modification to the motion that, let's get the first 4 findings out of the way?
So, Mr. Chair, we can't.
No, the motion maker is not
The motion on the
willing to
floor
amend
is
the motion.
all these findings. I think it's been seconded.
Okay.
So we can take action, or the motion maker can withdraw that. But the motion is to make all 5 of these
Fine. Okay.
actions, recommended actions.
This is going to be exciting. Okay. Mr. Villalobos, please have a roll call vote.
Wait, are we still in discussion?
We can be if you'd like to. I'm sorry.
I just want to ask Donna.
Please turn on your microphone. I'm sorry.
I just want to ask Donna to elaborate for.
It's in the report, the appellant report, and it basically has the context of an exemption from CEQA, how this does not apply because of its historical, and you have to zero in on not just the project, but the totality of the project,
Right.
as also the elements of the project. So it's very detailed.
Okay, so Bob's motion would approve the CEQA being exempt.
Correct.
Brian, you have something to say? No?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, just to, again, reframe the CEQA question before you. So to reiterate what the Secretary said, Secretary Wilson, you can't take the project separate from a CEQA determination. So you have to make the CEQA determination along with project approval. With respect to the exemption, I went over this at the last hearing, but ultimately the question that's before you is the proposed project as revised today consistent with the Department of Interior's standards for rehabilitation of historic structures? That's ultimately the question that you're answering with respect to CEQA. If it is, if you determine that it is, it's exempt. If you determine that it is not,
Then I would vote against Bob's motion.
So that's, we can go forward with this motion. I had, in my own little whipping of votes, had thought we were at a vote of 3-2 and this was going to pass. This might.
We have 2 votes right now, right? Or we're just saying Sandy is pulling or what?
Okay, a motion and a second. Let's. Okay. What I'm saying is that this. I believe this motion is about to fail.
Well, before, let me just add this. Mr. Aaron?
Wait, no.
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioners.
Should we
Can't do
go
that?
forward with the vote?
We already have a ruling on that, I thought.
So Chair and Commissioners, staff did present information to you as far as justifying their exemption. So that's where we're at the moment with the first and second is supporting staff's recommendation on the exemption. If for whatever reason, the commission can't make the finding for that CEQA exemption, then the next step is an initial study. So that's where we're at. So if you're saying the project can't be found exempt from CEQA, then the next step is to do an initial study.
And we have to vote on now, the exemption.
Oh, so that's what you're doing right now is you're taking action on the exemption, whether or not the project as revised today is exempt from CEQA.
Well, and everything else, and the whole shooting match. I think, let's just do a straw poll before we conduct the actual vote, because I would hate to vote this down.
Yeah.
So
You realize that the 9,000 new homes we haven't even seen are all exempt in our housing project, just in the county. So it's like, this seems a little bit silly to, at this point, hold this one little spot up, but that's up to you.
I'm not hung up on the CEQA question per se. I think I was clear about my opinions about adopting the terms of HLAC, but I tried to get us to consensus as to what I thought was a majority here, even though that was not my personal preference or vote. And so, but okay, are you sure? I'm not trying to push you into it, but I don't, okay. Okay, so with that, Mr. Villalobos, would you do a roll call vote?
Commissioner Palice?
Aye.
Commissioner Senauer? No. Commissioner Stahl?
Aye.
Commissioner Kupiec? Aye. Chair Miller?
No.
Motion passes 3-2.
Seeing no further business, should we adjourn the meeting?
Thank you,
Sir?
staff.
Yeah.
Thank you all, appellants and applicants.